showtime in 60 seconds. "45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
I didn't notice it before.
Yeah,
but, I didn't.
It's north of California.
There's never been any good news
do you
about
know?
them.
Do you know the states that are hooked
really.
onto Oregon?
Not really.
Well, let's try this. You ready?
Yeah.
Have you heard of the state of Washington?
Okay, that's be above it.
That would be above it. Yes,
Good
indeed.
job.
Yes, indeed.
Okay.
So if you're a score, so you got the U.S. border, then you got Washington.
Yeah.
Then what's below Washington?
So Oregon, right?
Oregon. Yes. Now what's
Okay.
below Oregon?
Ooh, don't know that. Nebraska?
No, you had it. You had it, bud.
I did have it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I don't know. What was it? California?
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge Show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Early by Jay standards, and I'm late getting everything all set up. Not honestly, man. We may have to talk a lot about ourselves today. Oh, we do have a guest coming in at 9. Lana Turner, former wife of now deceased and former stand-up comedian Ralphie May. She's got a new documentary comes out, I think next week. And she's at the Sarasota Film Festival, which I think is Saturday. And I got a chance to watch it. A poor thing, I was driving her. Because you know, Lummy, I'm technically, basically retarded.
No.
She sends me like this thing, and I'm supposed to screen mirror it onto my phone. But I made a mistake, and I transferred to Merch Creek for her to screen mirror it. And I think at that point, like, it was supposed to only screen mirror on my phone, not her phone. So I'm on my Facebook and YouTube and X and TikTok looking for potential reactionary videos today, while she's literally in bed with the big TV down, trying to go through, like, get all these apps. Like, she spends like, well, here's the other thing. We had a barbecue out. We had a barbecue yesterday for some friends.
Nice.
And for the first time, and I don't know how long, we actually started drinking a little, and I'm not a big drinker.
Really?
Oh, man.
Are you like fun, Bubba, on
yeah.
alcohol? You get giggy?
I just,
giddily?
yeah, and I just kind of,
Giddy,
like,
I should
I
say.
don't care. Like, I don't care that we're having a major meltdown trying to get this documentary up that I need to watch in its entirety so that I'm prepared for Lana today. Like, I just don't want to have her on promoting her documentary and not having seen it. You know, you got to watch it in order to really, and I got so many great questions for her. I wish I would have been taking notes when I watched it, but I watched it in its entirety. I think it's 2 hours and 9 minutes. And that's why I got to bed a little bit late. But I'm kind of drunk. and maybe a little bit high, and not like normally I'd be so stressed out. You got it yet? You got it done yet? What's going on? She takes like 30 minutes trying to get it to screen mirror on our TV. Well, finally I text Lana, and the first thing I'm going to say to her today is, Lana, I am so sorry that I was, acting like Johnny Boomer because I couldn't get it going. So I finally text her about 5:30. Like, Lana, do you have this on Vimeo or whatever the hell? Do you have it anywhere else I can watch it? She's like, listen, on your phone, take your 2 fingers to the extreme right, slash it down. It'll have 2 little options that says screen mirror. Hit that. The AirPlay gimmick will come up on your TV if you're Bluetoothed on and on the right Wi-Fi, and then just hit play, maximize your screen, and you're good.
You didn't know that?
Well,
Bubba, you didn't know that? That's like 10 software updates ago, dude.
Jay, not when you're drunk and high.
Oh, okay.
And it's on Sunday. Yeah, I mean, not when you're drunk and high.
You forgot.
And you're like, I'm like, man.
What were you drinking?
Yeah.
Okay. If I tell you, you guys are going to push me out.
Well, no, because I'll be drinking that in every morning.
Or something?
No, I drank, Malibu rum, which I love. But, those steel supplement sodies?
Yes.
The pineapple sodies, which are 5 calories, 0 carbs.
Yes.
They're like a soda, but they're like a diet soda, and they're called sodies. And I had the pineapple soda with Malibu rum, and I had about 4 glasses. You don't understand. I may drink 4 drinks all year.
I've never seen you drink 4 drinks in one sitting.
Ever.
Never.
Once. So I am hammered. Then I eat a gummy. I'm triple hammered on that deal.
Oh, boy.
And so I throw her my phone. I tell her she knows the passcode to get in. There's for the first person I've ever dated or been married to or whatever the hell my situation is, I've never given my phone code to a woman. Even my wife Heather, she didn't have my phone code. Or you know what? I have nothing to hide. Here's my phone. Look at anything you want. Pictures, texts, emails. You know who taught me that, Lummy?
Who?
Ty J.
Oh, there you go.
Ty J said, listen, bro, if you stop the screwing around and talking to other bitches, it makes life so much easier.
Sure does.
You don't have to worry about nothing.
Sure does.
You don't have to worry about some text that comes through. Sometimes a text will come through and I'll be like, my phone will be like in the kitchen and I'll be like, hey, will you check that for me? Don't forget. My code's 12345. Whatever my code is. She's like, oh, it's Lummy. Wanting to. Well, Lummy never texts me, but it's Jimmy Clevis telling you that he's buying 2 new jet skis and get ready because we're bringing the band back. Jimmy Clevis did text me last week, Jay, and said, I'm just telling you, bro. There's this one thing that's back that I can't talk about publicly, but I can tell you privately. There's 2 things that are coming back, bro. One is I'm buying 2 brand new jet skis.
Nice.
And 2, this other thing's coming back. And one of the things that me and Jimmy Clevis used to absolutely love is while you, Jay, were having to be at Diaco Adams. What was the big firm?
Adams and Diaco.
While you were at Adams and Diaco, 75,000 square foot of retail space between all of your locations, 400, 500 employees. I mean, you had to be there almost every day, multi-million-dollar settlements for Progressive. When you were at when you were running the hardest, right? You had to be there. You were one of the firm. You were one of the stewards, one of the major partners of the firm, and you were there. For sure. Well, but I do mornings at 98 Rock or 102.5 or whatever, and I could literally be at my house by 10:45, and Jimmy, because Jimmy's went working for his dad, running the big, Jimmy can do whatever he wants, his schedule wise, and so he'd meet me at my dock at 11 o'clock, on a Tuesday. And when you go out on the water at 11 o'clock on a Tuesday, the guy like J. Diaco and Dan and Steve, they're all working.
Yeah, there's no one there.
These guys are all, most humans are working. And we would have the complete waterways to ourselves. And awesome. we would do a few things. And then we would just jet ski all day until one time I passed out so bad he had to pull me in like a manatee.
With the gaff.
He had to pull me. I got so gimmicked out that he draped me over my jet ski like I was like a bird, like a buffalo, and he sea towed my jet ski into the dock. So he told me yesterday, last week, Jimmy Cleavis proclaims that I'm bringing the jet skis back.
Nice.
For, Wednesday, midday jet skis, and I'm bringing one other thing back. My kids start school, and boom, we're going to start day drinking and day partying. So, I got that to look forward to.
So pretty much what you're telling me is that all I need, Macho and I just need to bring you like a shot each morning, and it's easy to
coconut rum.
Yeah, exactly.
No.
Some Malibu,
bubbly or whatever.
Some Malibu and the pineapple soda.
His pineapple soda and his coconut rum.
You guys don't want me all jacked up doing the show.
It is pretty much the most unmasculine sounding drink. I'm sure it's amazing
no, it's
tasting.
Not.
Can I have a Malibu and a soda, please?
A pineapple.
Okay, that doesn't help.
I take a
with the pineapple soda.
Yes, I'm so rugged. I can't get a whiskey or a Jack and Coke.
Exactly.
I get a pineapple with a Malibu soda, and half, boy. Woo.
I bet you're fun. I need to do that one time with you. That sounds fun.
We had a cookout with some friends yesterday, and I worked the grill. Well, let me work in the grill. I ain't worked the grill. It's hard.
Oh,
it's hard.
Yeah, it is. It is, Bubba, especially with the Florida heat.
Oh, my God. So, I got 2 grills, and I'm like, okay, I'm going to do my baked potatoes and my chicken on one grill. And then I got that Blackstone. I'm gonna Pittsburgh style, and I have a cast iron skillet. I'm going to cook my steaks because most everybody wanted it medium to medium well. Well, at medium well, you need to be about 140 internal temperature, not any pink. Well, I like mine pink. I like mine a little medium. So I went to this meat market. I Googled Tampa's best meat market.
Oh, did you go to one that's somewhat close to here?
I went to the one on 275 at MLK.
Tampa Heights?
Yes.
That's a good one. They got like 3 places.
Yeah, well, Tampa, have you seen the prices?
Yeah, they're expensive.
I will tell you this, though. So I did pay a lot of money for my meat. I did.
You get what you pay for.
More than I've ever paid for in my entire life. I bought 3 Australian Wagyu fillets, and then I bought an Australian Wagyu ribeye. Then I bought a pack of chicken, and I bought a pack of hamburgers. Oh. And so I cooked it all up. I also had baked potatoes and corns on the cob. So that's what I had going. I had to, regulate that. Corns on the cob only takes 10 minutes once the water's boiling. Baked potatoes take, if you put them on the grill. And by the way, I did my baked potatoes where I washed them all. Then I poked them all with holes, and I cut them down the middle, and I covered them with kosher sea salt. Then wrapped them up in tinfoil, baked them for 45 minutes at 500. And so, but I will tell you this, even though it was probably triple the amount that you would spend, say, at Publix, it's by far the best tasting ribeye I've ever had in my entire life.
Wow.
I mean, you really do kind of get what you pay for.
Grocery store meat is terrible. I can tell immediately, especially when I put my first bite into it.
Yeah. And I'm not usually that, much of a meat. Yeah, I'm not that bougie at all. Either. So, we have a big cookout yesterday. And then, the cleaning of the cookout, really. So
that's another thing.
My friends come over, and they're all kind of nicer. Well, just like a button-down shirt with a pair of shorts and flip-flops. Well, I'm in my swim trunks with like a old work shirt because when you work the grill, you smell like the grill.
Smell like the grill. You're getting sweaty. Yeah.
So I get the food all done, and it's kind of time to eat. I should have went and jumped in the shower. But I just stayed sweaty and ate, and apologize to everybody if I had any type of body odor or grill odor to myself, which I'm sure I did. But man, oh my Lord, that food was so good. So, but I was jacked up, drunk and high while I'm working the grill.
Sounds like a good time.
So finally get everything all cleaned up. I look at my app, the Rays got their ass kicked. What happened? More homers?
2 out of 3. Yeah. I mean, they won 2 out of 3.
They lost 2 out of...
No, they won 2 out of 3. They won Friday and Saturday.
Against the Mariners?
Yeah.
So they took 2 out of 3.
Yes, sir.
All right. They're only 3 games ahead of the Yankees right now. And where are we? What are we playing? The Mariners or who are we playing?
The
now?
Mariners, yeah, we're done. But now we got the All-Star break.
When's that? Is that till?
That's this week.
So when do they go back to playing? Next week?
Next week. Yeah, I mean, well, this weekend.
Well, we're like 93 games into the season, right?
Yes.
Isn't there some kind of new home run derby format? They were. I heard on
I'd
the
give
news
it up
this
on the
morning.
home run derby. It's like watching the Pro Bowl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All of it is to me.
Yeah.
So anyway, Lummy, it's about 5:30. Lana Turner's Ralphie May documentary is about 2 hours and 10 minutes long. I'm like, oh my God. Yeah, I'm looking at 7:30 now or so. That's before the 30 minutes of me not being able to get it turned on.
Oh.
So when she first comes in here today, I have to apologize. Lana, I am so sorry. I was a little, jacked up yesterday. So I think the problem was, Lummy, it worked perfectly on my phone. But when I sent the link to Erica's phone, I think it might have been phone specific on where you can play the documentary from.
Yeah, she probably gave you the access, so you couldn't.
Yeah, so I think it was only recognized, like maybe only my IP would pull it up. But your Merch Crit goes for like 30 and 45 minutes. Now, she's a little tore up too, but she starts getting violent, getting really mad. I don't even want to watch this documentary. Screw this. Screw that. And I'm like, okay, baby, whatever. I mean, whatever, man. Whatever. I can whatever.
Did you jump in the pool when you were all lit up
No,
like that?
I should've.
When you're all hot?
Yeah,
And I
that's what
had
you
to,
do.
I had to pull all clean because we had like a little mini tornado that came through.
Oh, yeah.
On
Oh, that was
Friday.
insane.
Friday
On
night.
Oh, I didn't see
Friday
that. I was in
night.
St. Pete.
Friday. Jay, did you have any, like Friday night? We had like a little whip up around here.
Yeah, we got home from the airport. We had a 3-hour delay. We were supposed to be home at like 3:30. We ended up getting home at like 6:30.
On Friday.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and at 6:40, this crazy storm comes in. My power goes off, and then my generator comes on, and we're doing the happy dance, and then it went off.
So you're happy to have because we got
I was literally doing the happy
you
dance
almost
with my wife.
probably deep down kind of yearn for a few power outages because it makes you feel like you really did the right thing and I'm responsible and I got power and this thing's paying for itself like you wouldn't believe. I'm Johnny prepared.
Just got it serviced.
And then
just got
it serviced. It fired right up with hardly any eruption. And then the power come like, oh man, I kind of wanted the generator to run for a couple hours. So everybody else had to be, all my other neighbors had to be pitch dark, and they had me over here having a concert.
Yeah, but then we had no air conditioning, and I was freaking out, and so I started going to try to troubleshoot it myself. And then Jeff is the one who has worked with Generac, and I have a guy, Mike Genovese, that knew Mike a candle since
Bubba, are you proud?
Yeah, he's known candle since high school, and so that dude is the salt of the earth. I literally texted him within a few minutes. He called me, got on remotely, and fixed it remotely. Bubba, Generac is the bomb. Then my whole house was lit up like a Christmas tree, and my wife offered battery fans to my neighbors.
Lummy,
Yes, sir.
Macho has told me that Jay's bike needs to be a head-on Willie. That RE20.
Head-on?
Yeah, there you go.
Can I get Dan's mic? He lets me use it.
Well, you can
If
run
it's better.
whatever.
Yeah, we'll give you the gold during the thing.
During
the break.
during the merch.
If it's better, I'll change it up.
But if you work it right like that, it sounds good.
Okay.
So
I just didn't know where to go.
However you want it, my friend. So anyway, today at 9 we got Lana Turner. She was formerly she's the widow because they were going through a divorce, and it didn't get finalized.
I watched him come up on that comic show. You remember they had that silly comic show, the reality
Last
one?
Comic Standing.
He was one of the first winners, and I watched it with Camden real time before we had children.
He actually got second place.
Oh.
He didn't win. He got second place.
Who won the guy?
Like some guy named Joe Hum or some like Asian dude that end up not being nearly as successful.
what's funny is I remember him.
Yeah. Well, see, that's part of this documentary and the fact that America fell in love with Ralphie May at the time of the last comic standing.
Yep.
But the NBC executives thought that he was too unsightly and too fat and that America wouldn't go for that.
Really?
Yeah, so they put the skinny Asian in there to win. And realistically, it kind of backfired on them because the skinny Asian didn't do anything. And then that kind of propelled Ralphie May's career into being like, Well, I think the next week he was on the Jay Leno show wearing a number 2 jersey that second place.
That's awesome.
And it was kind of like his gimmick in the fact that he didn't win, but everybody loved him. And then Jay Moore, who I think hosted Last Comic Standing.
Oh yeah, I forgot that guy.
We had him
Yeah.
for a long time.
He used to be a funny guy.
Yeah, he was Ralphie May. He actually was the headliner for like 2 years, and Ralphie May opened up for Jay Moore. And Jay Moore's all throughout the documentary. It seems like they've positioned Jay Moore to be like Ralphie's best friend. Like that was Ralphie's best friend. Bob Saget's in it. He's dead now. So I think here's the thing. They started shooting this documentary when Lana and Ralphie first met like 25 years ago. And they would document him being on the road, the kids growing up, giving birth to both children, the rise of his his rising star, and the rise of his fame, and the rise of his career, and then his pill addiction, and then her always trying to get him to eat healthier and be healthier, and because she was this teeny tiny little thing, and he was like at one time he was 800 pounds.
Wow.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. At one time he was 800 pounds. Now he went in for that surgery, and
Is it gastric bypass, or was it the one that controlled it, or was it the one they actually removed half your tummy?
I think it was gastric bypass, and he lost like 213 pounds. But then I guess maybe that failed or whatever, and then he got kind of addicted to opioids, and that was kind of the beginning, and weed. And he would mix weed and opioids, and it got so bad.
Sounds like your barbecue.
Yeah.
Lana had a hard time watching the documentary because I was about in the same condition as Ralphie May was. Sorry.
Sounds like a good time.
Oh, it's let me tell you something. Yeah, I don't know where they're going to distribute it. She'll obviously tell us when it debuts and where you can get it. But it's really good. It's really good, and you really feel for her because she loves him. Everybody says that she's crazy for loving somebody so fat. Yeah, I saw a lot of me in Ralphie May, less the substance abuse.
Oh, when you were like 48, or?
Well, yeah, when I was really fat, and I've always struggled with my weight. I mean, like, I'm 290. I was 297 today.
Oh, not under 300.
Not good.
Well, it's under 300.
Remember, I was 289 about 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
One bad weekend for me. See, Jay, you being so skinny, can you have a bad weekend and put on 8 pounds? Because I can.
I actually went to Jersey and ate nothing but crap, and I put on a few pounds, but I've been dying to do that. I've been working out a lot, and so actually the heaviest I've been in about 10 years.
Yeah, but the heaviest you've been in 10 years looks like a normal man.
Looks like a skinny man.
Yeah, hold on. The heaviest you've been in 10 years looks like a guy that's still 15 pounds too thin.
Yeah.
The heaviest I've been in 10 years really makes me look fat.
Okay.
So
I was 185 from 20 to 30. I was 180 from 30 to 40. I was 170 from 40 to 50, and I'm in my 160s now, but I just hit almost 170.
Yeah,
I haven't seen under 200.
But I'm in really good shape right now.
Yeah, so like,
great.
is 170 and in good shape where you feel and look the healthiest?
I feel great right now. Yeah, I do. I feel great. But I've been putting literally a couple of months in now because I got Surf Ranch coming up this week, and I had Mexico a couple of weeks ago, and so.
Oh, you got Surf Ranch.
Surf Ranch is on Sunday.
You usually leave on Thursday?
Going Wednesday. Going to go out and meet Rob Machado and a couple of my buddies out there, surf for a few days.
Who all part of the Tampa Pity?
Pitty, Danny, Steven, Scott, me, my whole firm.
Dan and Scott.
Dan's going to fly in from Jersey and then fly back to Jersey. Mom's going to watch the kids for a few days.
Wow.
So, and then
Dan's jet setting, bro.
Yeah, well, he's been doing an amazing job. He went to a Phillies game with his kids. He took my mom to Nona's in New York, where that show's based out of. Dan's been awesome.
Nice.
Dan's really been like super dad.
I can't even tell you, because I usually find out through Jay and Steve. I can't even tell you the last major Dan drama fest.
I keep out of it now.
In fact, Steve was here on Tuesday, and we were talking about how it usually goes down, and usually it goes to Steve's plate.
Yep.
Steve has to navigate through it, and then Steve said, I'll let Jay know on a need-to-know basis on how, like as it escalates, and he goes, if it doesn't escalate much more than what Steve can handle,
Yep.
he goes, I keep it off Jay's plate. He goes, but if I need a little bit of backup or a little bit of insight or a little bit of whatever, then I have to get Jay involved. And Jay's position is usually, make this go away, please.
Well, you know that when something's really bad.
Was that a pretty good timeline, though?
100%.
Yeah.
And if it's really bad, you know about it, Jimmy knows about it, and I know about it.
That's about all.
Maybe Terry Glenn. Well, usually Terry Glenn finds a word on the street. Terry word on the street, Glenn.
And Pitty knows.
Of course, Pitty knows
Jay, Pitty, Bubba, Dan,
Jimmy.
Steven, Jimmy.
Yep.
Yeah. That's kind of like the circle the wagons. But that's only on real bad stuff. Because on stupid stuff,
great.
Everybody finds out Terry from Terry's Auto, and it ends up almost being like not a bad thing. It's like, hey, have you heard the latest on Dan?
Yeah.
What? He did such and such and such. Man, Dan, for being so smart, sometimes he's so like, did you hear the latest on Dan? What? He paid $6,400 for this dog out of South Carolina.
Did he get it?
And no, it was a scam. It was a puppy mill scam, Willie. Not to be confused with the fake Rolex that he never got and a $12,000 carbon fiber bike that he didn't get either.
Yeah. Out of Kenya.
Out of Kenya, yeah, exactly.
No, Dan has been amazing. I got nothing but love for Dan at all right now. He's been doing great.
And I want everybody to know, I'm not trying to be critical of Dan. I'm proud of Dan. Dan is really in the midst of his new situation. We all have an over-under when Dan's going to implode based on having new freedoms and things like that. And he's already smashed all of our records. He's
smashed his own records.
He's doing quite well. He's being responsible. He's being a good dad.
Great dad.
Traveling with his kids. He's really, really defying what our criticalness was. Is he not? I mean, Jay,
For sure.
He's nailing it.
He is doing a great job.
Dan's going to be out of town with a different bimbo.
He's so much
every
happier,
night.
right?
Yeah, he seems way happy.
Yeah, divorce is a stress. I think for everybody, just the process of it, I think, is an unnecessary stress for everybody. So, and Romina's great.
Yeah, I think they're co-parenting great. I think the kids have adapted well.
It's weird. It's one of those situations. Sometimes you've known it where you have friends that when they're together, they're worse than they are when they're apart. They're awesome. They're great. Romina's always going to be the mother of the children. She's a great woman.
Now, when you guys go to surf camp, you start surfing Thursday? I mean,
we're going to go to California on Wednesday and hopefully surf out there for a few days, and then we drive Saturday to the surf ranch and we stay there Saturday night, surf Sunday. And then back Monday.
So, when you go to the surf ranch and you got a good wave, because that's what they make, good waves. They're manufactured waves.
Perfect wave.
And so, when you're in the wild, so to speak, meaning you're not in the surf ranch where they manufacture waves, does it suck? Having to take a wild, natural made wave over one that is going to be absolutely badass every time the wave train goes?
The simple answer is yes, but it's a challenge. And when you have everyone in the park watching you, even though you've been surfing for 40 years and this wave's coming, even though it's all perfect, there are times when you mess up. I mean, and so that happens. There's a certain humility that comes with that because it ain't cheap.
Now,
but
when you're
it's so worth it.
When you're in the wild and you're out there floating, how many waves ahead are you looking for, and are there certain things that you're looking for?
Oh, that's a great
as
question.
to what? Yeah, I'm sure you just don't sit out there and be like, okay,
No.
the next wave's mine.
It's called wave selection.
I mean, so you got to probably will you go through 5-10 waves?
You're looking out at the horizon, and you're looking at where it's anticipated to break about 10 yards in front of you. And so with years of experience, you can literally read the ripples on the waves hundreds of yards out, and you can kind of tell when they're coming in at the right spot. Now, if I take off on a wave and I blow it, then the next guy gets in cycle. Like when we go to Mexico, there's a lot of us in the water. It's one point break. It's 680 yards long. It's 0.4 miles. So you don't screw that. If you go to the point and you miss it, you're back at the end of the line. I missed very few because you just take off on the right wave.
Oh, but so it's kind of like an unwritten code where if you miss it, you paddle down to the end of the line, and those guys ahead of you get their opportunity to catch one.
And same thing at Surf Ranch.
Do you ever
if you
get
miss
a guy?
Your primary wave, you're screwed.
Do you ever get a guy that misses the primary and he tries to get back into early rotation?
Oh yeah.
And you're like, hey, no, buddy, you're behind all of us. Get back there.
That's exactly what happens in Mexico. There's a really strict rule on that. There's a couple guys that that don't abide by it, and it gets everyone super pissed.
Wave etiquette.
Exactly.
Right?
Yes.
Get your ass kicked once you get back on shore, right?
Oh, they get verbally assaulted for days.
When we return, Lummy, I never knew that Chris Brown was had skirted this many problems. And my question, we have Jay in here.
Oh, yeah, he's been a problem.
Well, we have Jay in here, and be like, how can this guy get away with all of this?
I can't believe anyone pays money to see him on.
Is it the reverse Bubba factor where you get to be such a star where they just kiss your ass and give you a pass on everything, as compared to me where you can never get a break or you can never get prosecuted? Anybody to stick up for you? I don't know. I guess that he's ordered to pay $13 million to his housekeeper after his dog mauled his housekeeper, and then he allegedly refused to call 911.
Model citizen.
Now, how collectible is he, Jay? I mean, if you got a guy...
Oh, I think he's got 13 mil.
Right.
No, you're going to get that.
I mean,
think you're going to get most of that.
No, is that his insurance, or is that him? Is that his umbrella?
Well, interestingly, Bubba, certain dog breeds are excluded from insurance policies, including Rottweilers, Pit Bulls, Great Danes. There's a lot of dogs that are absolutely uninsurable.
Dobermans.
Those are those are the three biggest ones.
Pit Bull.
Dobermans, Pit Bull, and Rottweilers.
Yeah. So at that point, if a jury, because a jury did come up with the amount. So the jury at this point, it's my understanding, Jay, they don't care what your insurance policies are. They're just going for what they think is owed to you.
Yeah, they don't even know about insurance.
Right. So that's not even admissible?
Nope, it's not admissible.
Right. So
reversible error. If the jury finds out there's insurance, it's reversible error every single time.
Meaning, let's say you're to sue a big corporation and they had insurance and you're going to the jury, they are not to know what those policy limits are because they need to just pick a number based on what they feel the damages are, not based on what they feel the coverage is.
Correct. And there's an even additional factor, which is the jury system is afraid that if jurors know there's insurance coverage, they're just going to give money to people.
Right. Right. So, the insurance is not a non-factor.
It's called the non-joinder statute. If a witness mentions it by accident and says, oh, come on, you all know there's insurance here. Poop. Your Honor, we'd like to move for a mistrial. That is granted.
Boom.
Thank you.
Immediately.
Sustained.
We'll get into that next.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
Pineapple soda?
With a rum kicker?
We got 5 different flavors. You want Georgia peach?
Yeah.
All right.
Or the bullet.
Let me this whole thing they talked about the white culture and let me tell you it's all about the white culture this and we have a problem with this. Every one of these guys, as much as they bash the white culture of America, they only marry white people. Kamala Harris's spouse, white. Ilhan Omar's spouse, white. The AOC spouse, white. Every one of these guys, you keep talking about them, they're on a level of white.
I brought 2 of each. 2 Georgia, 2 bullets.
Give me a bullet. Thank you. Thank you, Warren.
No problem. Yeah, it's all, there's cases of.
How was your party Saturday night?
Awesome.
Where was it at? Hard Rock?
Hard Rock.
But we're at the Hard Rock.
The gaming floor. 5 hours on the roulette. Started at the res, nice big steak, and then to the bar. A lot of good Bubba Army, Glow Bug, Angus, Big Red, Paper Towel Willie.
I knew you didn't mind if I couldn't make it.
Oh, it's alright. That's why I was at the casino. It was. You come, you come. Casino's a fun place.
Can I put Dan's mic in here?
Huh?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I don't even have to.
I got it. You want his gold headphones?
I don't need the headphones.
Alright.
You really had to send this out to make it gold plated.
Oh, Jay, you don't understand. He spent about $3,000 on that.
Is that nice?
Yeah, I got a couple nice mics in my studio too.
Yeah, and you wouldn't
they're
spend
not
3
gold,
G's
are
on
No,
them
they're
either.
not gold.
He fucking went crazy
Nice.
on it.
It's been
Well, the
years.
mic, okay, so the mic was $700.
It's been
Okay,
years now those had it.
and the gold plating was $1,000. So he had $1,800 in it, and then in order for them to get it back to here, in order for him to be on the air with it on time, he had to Uber it for another $300. He paid a guy to put that in his back seat and drive it over here.
It's funny.
Yeah, that's Dan.
It sounds awesome though. Morning, everybody. I don't have chat. Hello.
We'll get chat. Let me get him
What
chat.
do you mean? He has chat.
It's not logged in.
What?
It's not logged in.
Oh, you mean? Well, Dan's is on here, I think. You'd have to just log in.
Brian's got his protected. I don't know who Giovanni Carti is.
Dr. Dan doesn't put his in. He doesn't save it. How does he?
What a bitch.
You would. He never. I didn't think he.
Yeah,
Didn't
doesn't
save
look
it.
like it.
Yeah.
All right.
Wow.
What
What's
up, Fruit
wrong?
Lips?
Oh no, Dr. Dan has his account protected.
Lockdown. He doesn't want anyone out there in two Ferrari Dan. What up, Dutart?
The thing is that then he leaves it logged in.
Cash, good morning. Dirt Merchant. Mike from Mass. How's everybody doing? What up, Uncle Rocky? Snizuki Slayer, what up? If you don't have one of those Generacs and you live anywhere where there's power outages, you need one of the best ever. After that Milton storm, mine was running for I think 8 days. But yeah, they didn't get Davis Island. They got like Lutz figured out before they got Davis Island in downtown.
Just what about Lutz during that time? Because Mike lives over in Lutz too.
Yeah,
And
what a great guy.
Power company you have to get you. Skip a week or an accident. That area.
Well, did you notice it was no like Florida Tico? It was like all these North Carolina trucks and the Peach Power from Georgia.
Move the
It's crazy.
closet to the coffin.
I didn't know that addressed T-Tank.
Power up with Steel supplements. Omni, the official energy drink of the Bubba Army. Try explosive flavors like Beach Day, Stoke, Georgia Peach, Island Gold, and Pineapple MK2. Each packed with 200 milligrams smooth caffeine, L-theanine, electrolytes, and zero sugar for all-day focus without the crash. Refresh with Sody Pop. Better for you soda loaded with flavor and vitamins, no junk. And crush your cravings with premium Steel Smokehouse. Beef jerky, tender, high protein, gourmet goodness. Head to steelsupplements.com right now. Use promo code BUBBA10 for 10% off and fuel up like a true Bubba Army.
Guess what? Time for insults aplenty. And they're all from the heart.
Collateral damage of the truth.
Bubba the Love Sponge.
I have Lana Turner, widow of Ralphie May, and her new documentary, I think, comes out maybe Monday. And it's called, here's the trailer. I'm not going to play it till she's here. I watched it yesterday, or last night, actually, before I passed out. Come What May is what it is. Oh, it premiere. I guess it's already out.
Yeah.
Or maybe, well, yeah, it said it premiered April 28th.
Alonzo Bodden, I remember him from that show.
Yeah. So anyway, this is the documentary, and I'll wait till Lana gets here. I'll find out where it's being distributed and where you can find it. It really is a good watch. I would say catch it if you can. Also, don't forget on July 22nd, which isn't that far off, the Video Killed the Radio Star documentary, which I think Ian and the guys are supposed to be getting me some teasers or working with Gary to build some teasers. But the documentary that I was involved in, Video Killed the Radio Star, the film, not the video from the Bugles, but Video Killed the Radio Star film, that documentary, available for free on Tubi, starting on, I think, is it Wednesday or Thursday?
It's 7/22.
Yeah, I know. What
it's Wednesday.
Wednesday.
It's Wednesday.
Wednesday. Well, it's a week from. I think it's a week from this Wednesday.
It is.
It is. Yep.
And when you go to Tubi, you just type in under the search deal, "Video Killed the Radio Star film," and it's gonna start with. It's a 3-part series. That's what it was always intended to be. When we went with Apple TV and Amazon Prime, they made us put it all together, but it was always intended to be a 3-part series, and it's way less long, and I think it plays better as a 3-part series. So it'll be available in 3 parts on Tubi. Now, here's what I'm asking the Bubba Army. As soon as it's available to watch it, go watch it. Because, by the way, it's free. It doesn't cost anything. I'm not trying to take $4 or $9 out of your pocket. But if you do go watch it, and you watch it, a lot, and tell your friends and
forward it to your friends. I mean, it's actually, what, TV sucks, and this is good TV. I mean, I liked it better in the 3-part series because of the end of every series show. There was like a little cliffhanger. Like, you remember when the one time when Whatchamaface walked in at the end of the empty chair? Exactly. I didn't want to say
do you know when Michael Cohen's lying? When his lips are moving.
And when he walked in, that was the end of the show.
Jay appeared on it, what were you, 8 times?
A bunch of times.
Yeah, a bunch. Jay, Steve, Tom Bean.
Well, we all lived it.
We all did. And so Brent, Kevin Hazlett, a bunch of great people participated.
Tuttle did a great job. Hazlett did a great job. Tom Bean did a great job. There's a lot of people that really did a great job explaining what was complicated. And I think it's also easier to understand it with 3 parts.
Yeah.
Because, the first part's featuring, kind of you, and then it gets into the relationship, and then it gets into the craziness. And it's just like, what? You would never think something like that originated in little old Hillsborough County, Tampa Bay.
Yeah. You would never. I mean, I did the 77 WABC Roger Stone show last Sunday about Michael Cohen's involvement.
You did?
Yeah. And what people don't realize is the feds, when Donald Trump got inaugurated in January of 17, in February of 17, the Wall Street Journal comes out with this big hit job on Trump. And the FBI pretty much used that to navigate through this investigation. Mm-hmm. And they had, within the Wall Street Journal, it had mentioned that they're the guy that brokered all of the sex tapes in all of Hollywood, including the ones that involved, Stormy Daniels and Karen McDougal. That guy was named Keith Davidson. And that guy had been arrested and processed in Florida in 2012. There was a 10-year statute of limitations on conspiracy, extortion, and all of that. And, they had, 4 or 5 years left of the statute of limitations. And so why don't they go ask that guy some questions? So the feds rolled into California, Keith Davidson. And we have warrants.
It's unbelievable.
And Keith Davidson tells them to pack sand. They're like, okay, you don't have to cooperate with us, the FBI. And by the way, you're not necessarily the target of what we're looking for. We're looking for your correspondence with Michael Cohen. But if you don't give it to us and you don't Because, Jay, you're a lawyer, and you've had to navigate through the feds coming in and taking things before. You've had to represent various partners and stuff like that. It's an absolute nightmare when they come in, and they leave you little to no choices.
Not much you can do.
No, they leave you good news, and they give you bad news and worse news.
Good news, here comes the team. Bad news is you can't choose anything that they're pulling.
So they tell Keith Davidson, if you don't want to give us all of your correspondence with Michael Cohen, if you don't want to do that, that's fine. But do you remember that little thing we had, that little dust-up that you were part of in Tampa where we had you face down and in handcuffs at the Sand Pearl Hotel when you were extorting Hulk Hogan, and you actually took possession of the first down payment of $300,000? Hulk Hogan actually wrote you a check for $150,000, $150,000? Yeah. Well, do you know that we got 5 or 6 more years to prosecute you? I don't know what type of felony it is, but it is you're going to be spending about 8 to 10 years for extortion, across federal lines, racketeering, all this kind of deal. Or you can just give us all of your emails and texts and nearly 10,000 pieces of correspondence with a man named Michael Cohen. Oh, I can either go to prison, or I can give you my correspondence with the attorney, the personal attorney of the President of the United States. Let me just give this to you. So the feds roll in to another federal judge, and they're like, "Listen, we want warrants for Michael Cohen's, both of his offices in New York." And a federal judge is going to say, "Listen, I'm just not going to give you a fishing expedition like that. What evidence? I don't care what evidence you got." And they're like, "Well, Your Honor, we don't even have evidence. We have the actual correspondent, but it came from the party he was emailing, so we already have it." So at that point, I forget what it's called. Brent says it in the documentary. But when they already have the conversation and they're only going to Michael Cohen's just to get his side of the conversation, but they already got his side of the conversation from another dude, the judge warrants that every time because there is no specific fishing expedition. You know exactly what you're looking for. And Jay, you'll admit, you know that he's got it. Like, know he participated in it. If, let's say this, Lummy, the feds came to me and I emailed, well, with Jay and I, it'd be different because it would be privileged work product. But let's say you and I had emailed back and forth, okay? Hell, maybe Lummy and I could maybe be potentially privileged if it's work.
Yeah.
Well, let's just say you and I did something shady, Lummy. Okay. And it wasn't protected. And they already busted you and they found everything that I'd emailed you, right?
Yeah.
Well, they could just go to a judge. They don't have to go to a judge and get this big, wide net that they have to cast to find all of my stuff. They're like, Your Honor, we're only looking for these 5,462 documents that we already have. We just need to get them again from the other dude. So the judge grants them because early on in 2017, Trump hadn't cleaned the swamp out, and his own agencies were trying to get to him. The FBI wanted him done. His own agency.
It's kind of like, you and Trump are really kind of the same person.
There's some similarities.
Oh, yeah.
And so they go and so when Trump faced those charges in New York, those 38 felony charges, guess who 2 of the 3 government witnesses were? I'll tell you. Michael Cohen and Keith Davidson, and the other one was Stormy Daniels.
Oof.
So they used my videotape to broker so that they could try to get our president of the United States.
So you were a pawn.
Oh, yeah, the tape was a pawn.
And I watched that cross-examination with pity, and I was like screaming at the TV, why isn't someone asking him, why are you a confidential informant? What did you do? Because normally when you have, like, say, a murder trial, right?
Why have you been redacted from all of these?
Right.
Right.
So you see, like, murder trial, you have the cell confession, and you have the cellmate come in, and they're like, okay, well, in return for your testimony, you've agreed to talk, but you also get 10 years off your sentence, don't you?
But the lawyer puts that on record.
Right. The jury gets to hear it so they can consider the credibility, the weight of the testimony.
And Jay, that's a direct question. That's on direct, right?
It's on. I would be cross-examining calling him. I would definitely have brought it out on direct if he's my witness, so there's no, like, you take the wind out of their sails.
And then Cross tries to clean it up, but you can't.
But the Cross, you just say, isn't it true that you were facing this, and this, and instead you decided to testify here? You're a confidential informant. They were calling him a cooperating witness, is what they were calling him.
Mr. Cohen, why has your name been redacted from the entire Hulk Hogan, case? Why is it the audio sting and all of the transcripts and all of the 302 investigation? Why is your name if you're not a cooperating witness with the United States government, why has your name been redacted from every piece of evidence in the Gawker versus Hogan deal?
Yeah, if I remember correctly, he was identified as a quote-unquote cooperating witness, I believe, and no one really cross-examined him at all on it. What they crossed him on was, like, that you deal in smut, you were involved in this deal and that deal and this deal and that deal, and they tried to take his credibility away that way, but that's not going to work with a New York jury that hates Trump.
No. No. So anyway, back to the Chris Brown stuff. So Lana Turner on today about right at 9. Right at 9, Lummy, I'll try to clear so that I got a break. I'll try to clear 6, like at 8:55. Bring Lana in for a good 45, 50 minutes. At least a good 45 straight minutes of not having to go to commercials, because I think I can navigate through it all. I got some great questions. Oh, Ralphie and Lana have 2 beautiful kids. April and August. His youngest son is just a little ham. He's funnier than hell. And again, one of the things about this documentary is they followed. I mean, Ralphie and Lana started taping like the first day they met. Like the first day that he courted her, he met her in a Houston comedy club, and she was just up there with her little guitar, and she'd sing goofy little. She wasn't near the comedian that Ralphie was a very established comedian by the time that she just started the art. And so she would do, goofy little songs and what have you. And her and Ralphie fell in love, and he asked her to marry her every 9th of every month. He met her on like January 9th, and February 9th, he asked her to marry him. And he asked for a year straight. He asked every month on the 9th if she would marry him. Finally, she gave in, but under the condition that I think he might have been 800 pounds at the time, that he get surgery and that he try to, better himself and get more healthy, because, she wanted kids, he wanted kids, and she just knew that, you don't see a bunch of, one of the things I want to start. In fact, I really want to start buckling down and being a little bit more healthy. After watching that, I saw some, not similarities, but I just saw, because I've struggled with my weight, and I'm not Ralphie May fat, I'm 200. I'll just be honest with everybody. I was 297.9 pounds this morning nude. And it was just, 3 weeks ago, I was 289. So I've put on a little bit of weight. Just I took my mom out to dinner on Saturday. Well, you can't ever, it's tough to, like Jay, you being an investor at Union, and I'm sure you like to go, with your friends and your wife and what have you. But Union has some healthy choices. But when you normally go out to dinner in a social setting, it's tough to be on a diet.
No, I eat well when I'm out in that kind of setting, for sure.
So, and a lot of our life evolves around meeting somebody for lunch, meeting somebody for dinner. Now, if you just are laser locked and you stay home mostly, you can buy, your carb free or your whatever, your caloric, conscious stuff at the grocery store, and you don't have to entertain a lot. Sometimes having kids makes it tough to be able to diet, because kids want macaroni and cheese and chicken nuggets and
hot dogs.
And as you're making them, man, you gotta have some of that macaroni.
Well, you gotta
and
sample it, make sure it's okay for them.
Make sure it's not too hot. Make sure it's the consistency's good. So I took Janie Cakes out to Culver's on Saturday. Nice. I had to get the fish and shrimps with the fries and the cheese curds. Then I had the big cookout on Sunday, baked potato, 2 corns of cobs,
That's not bad
yeah,
food,
that's not
though.
bad
I mean,
at
come
all.
on. That's just
Yeah, but
protein and vegetables,
But it
man.
puts it on me, my friend.
Was it the carbs?
Probably.
The potatoes and like the chicken curds and all that
Yeah.
stuff, the French fries?
Yeah.
You could just, you can eliminate a lot of that and just eat the other stuff and just eat healthier like carbs.
Sure, you can,
I'm
Jay.
learning that from myself.
Jay, you're not understanding
Jay,
it.
you're
It's
not
when it's in
understand.
front of you.
Yeah.
You gotta have
Yeah,
it.
Jay, you're a
Yeah.
guy.
I don't have that urge.
There's a
Yes.
reason why,
Never.
Jay.
Mr. Oreo.
There's a reason why, Jay. If we look at the entire body of work here, buddy, there's a reason why you look pretty damn good and I don't look, because you've been able to say no to that Snickers
Just
bar
say no.
and to that Reese's cup and to those I walk into Lummy and my mom has just gotten back from Indiana and there's this famous candy maker from Fort Wayne called De Beers, and she's got these De Beers, like each one of them's like $25. They're like the size of like a small pancake, but they're turtles. Like the the pecan with the caramel.
The real turtles.
Yeah, the real turtles. Well, I had to have one of those.
Oh,
then you got to have a nice big glass of milk. And then next thing you know, mom, I don't know about you, but my mom always has the best snacks.
Oh, man, that's what killed me last week. She had a bucket that just had different candy
snacks.
every day. One day it was the Reese peanut butter cups.
Yeah.
And then there were cookies, and there was Tootsie Rolls, and there was
Janie Cake's
mints,
got
and it was like, man, every
Oreos
day.
and Pringles and Ruffles with Dean's Dip and Reese, like you said. Mom's just, I think your moms want you to be fat.
They just want you happy.
Yeah.
It's like, here's some comfort food, and you're walking by it, Jay?
Yeah. So today, man, I'm actually going to try to start my regiment and start eating a little bit better, trying to work out a little bit, swim a little bit. Let me ask. I noticed that you started swimming. Have you kept up on that, or was that just a one-time deal?
I mean, unfortunately for this weekend, like you're saying, when we went to the Rays game, it was the all you can eat, all you can drink section. Walker wanted one of the cookies that was humongous. I had one. Next thing I know, I got about 9 down.
Yeah.
It's hard.
It's tough to say. Here's the thing.
They go easy.
As a fat ass, it's really tough to say no to free cookies.
Exactly.
It really is.
They had free ice cream at the Enclave on Saturday. I didn't even get any.
I know. So Jay, let me ask you a question. You Johnny Fitness in shape. Like, what's your mine's cookies and Pringles. Like, if I go and it's free cookies, and like I'm done. Like, do you have anything particular, Jay, that what's your weakness where you can't say no, food wise?
And I know it's gonna screw my sleep up. I slept like crap last night. I found some M&Ms at like 10 o'clock.
Peanut or regular?
It doesn't even matter. But just I love regular chocolate M&Ms. I mean, I just will pound those at 11 o'clock, even if I know it's gonna make me sleep like crap. So I did that last night. I know Candle's not listening.
Thank God.
I'd be in trouble. I had to hide the wrapper. Like Sparkles with the strip club. I have to hide M&M wrappers.
Sparkles at the strip club, man. I've gotten busted for that before.
Yep, I
Where
get
you
busted
been?
for like M&M wrappers.
Where you been? I go, nowhere. And she goes, there's no place you could have gone that you, this is with Heather.
Yeah.
And me, and I think, I'm not going to mention any names.
No.
But it's our little circle.
Yep.
Okay? And we decide to go to the dollhouse for the day shift. And it was when I worked at night.
For the menu.
Yeah, so I'm with Heather, and she was actually pretty cool about it. She's like, I'm working late. I got a couple client meetings, a couple of WPOs. She's like, she never really cares. She's like, all right, whatever, just get here when you can. So I show up about 2:30, 3 o'clock in the afternoon after I've been to the dollhouse for a couple hours. No, I think it was at Oz. Day shift at Oz. Yeah, Lummy, because Dollhouse, it was at Oz, because the girls at Oz, man, day shift at Oz, I got to tell you, your money goes way further. Because the girls at Oz, man, it's day shift. Not a lot of people are coming and going. You bring a couple high rollers in there that's spending $200 or $300. I mean, they really take it right around the farm. That's all I'm going to say. So I got glitter all over me. And so my buddy, we actually go to, I'm not kidding you, we go to down there by my house, you get off of 54th Avenue South, you would go straight to go to my house, Bayway. We made a right because there was a car wash, a manual car wash, and we put $1 worth of quarters in the vacuum, and we're trying to vacuum our shirts off. Well, no matter how well you vacuum your shirt, that glitter just has
Gets in the
stuck.
fabric of your seats.
Yeah, or it wasn't sparkling when you did the, but now it's sparkling. So I get out and she has like something made for me to eat, and I'm sitting at the counter, and it just, the sunlight is beaming through the breakfast nook, and I guess you can see like 4 or 5 or 6 speckles of this glitter like around my neck. She goes, "What did you have strippers on the show today?" And I go, "Nope." "Well, why do you got glitter all up and down your neck?" "See, we vacuumed our shirts, but we forgot about
the skin.
yeah. I go, oh, I met, that client I was meeting with was the guy who owns Oz. I went down to Oz and spent a couple hours there because they're thinking about advertising. She looked at me. She's like, "Okay, what?" I mean, but yeah, stripper glitter got me. I didn't get in too much trouble.
Oh, that's good.
Chris Brown has been found liable for a jury for $13 million over his dog mauling and disfiguring the housekeeper. Boy, Jay, these are the kind of cases that you're looking for all day, right? Rich dude who has a housekeeper and who dogs. Now, you wouldn't wish this upon anybody, but if anybody had a case like this would certainly be one you'd want to sign up with. And, somebody that's worth as much money. She was seeking $90 million in damages. She got 13. She was taking out the trash when she was viciously attacked by his 200-pound, I don't know what, is there such thing called a Caucasian Shepherd?
That's what it looks like.
Okay. Brown allegedly fled the scene. Fled the scene?
That's craziness.
Brown allegedly fled the scene instead of calling 911, reportedly fearing a media circus. Here. So it further breaks down. Chris Brown is on the hook. Okay, so blah, 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 blah. Chris Brown has always fascinated me. I understand that famous people get away with more than what regular folks do. This is how it works. But Chris Brown, is he really that talented? Does he really dance that well? Is he really that attractive? I wrote a blog about him 3 years ago, and his crew allegedly beat up Usher outside of a roller rink on Cinco de Mayo. In that blog, I did a quick breakdown of all of Chris Brown's alleged transgressions. I didn't spend that long on it either. I didn't have to look hard. I probably even missed some stuff, but here's what he came up with. So he assaulted Rihanna, and there were pictures and evidence and everything in 2009. And remember,
oh yeah, he beat the crap out of her.
I mean, like, she had a fat lip and like a black eye.
I never thought he'd come back from that alone.
I didn't think, Jay, that he would get out of that.
That's horrible.
Allegedly stormed off the stage of Good Morning America, shattered a dressing room window with a chair, 2011. Dressed as a terrorist for Halloween in 12. Well, that doesn't really matter. Fought Drake at a nightclub in 12. Punched Frank Ocean in 2013. Arrested for felony assault in 2013. Kicked out of rehab, the nightclub in Miami in 14. Assaulted a different woman, a Brazilian model, in 16. Pointed a gun at a woman while at his home, proceeded to get into a 9-hour standoff with the police in 16, bought an illegal monkey and was permanently banned from owning primates in 2018, accused of rape in 19, accused of hitting a woman in 21, accused of sexual assault in 22, and a couple years later, he smashed a tequila bottle over a producer's head and then proceeded to ruthlessly stomp him. How do you do all that? And I don't know that he's ever spent a day in jail. I don't know that he's spent a day in jail.
I don't think he has.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm speechless at that.
Remember, have a seat. Have a seat.
Yeah.
Chris Hansen. Have a seat. I don't know what he's doing with now.
Oh, he does his own kind of thing. I've tried to get him on for interviews.
But he works with these various agencies.
Oh, yeah.
And he just most recently worked with Marion County / Ocala. And I guess the amount of men and just the salaciousness of the sick bastards in Marion County / Ocala really took Chris Hansen back. I think he has. I think he's on with Sean Hannity.
It looks like it is.
Yeah, him and Sean Hannity. And did you know, Lummy, that Sean Hannity now does all? He lives in Florida.
Yeah, he lives on, I think, on the East Coast, right?
Yeah, West Palm Beach, and does all of his shows out of here. We'll get to that next.
Bubba the Love Sponge? Hell yeah.
I love them all, man. They're all great.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show returns after these words.
Wait till you see this. Have you seen this? And I gotta let Macho Man see this because this is what I envision.
That's Laura Ingraham?
Yeah, this is Laura Ingraham. This is what I envision potentially the Cream Machine being.
I have not seen it.
You're gonna like it.
Morning, everybody. FTE Sam, Texas, what up? Shaka, right back at you, Permagrom.
Did you watch the McGregor fight?
What did it last?
Yeah,
20
I did.
seconds?
It was horrible. Felt bad for him. You
Last
could see him do it.
Last a minute 6.
It was an odd kick, but it was just,
Well, they're saying that they knew about it.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
And he still
Yeah.
the payday. There's got a bunch of rape allegations, or he had to pay a bunch of girls.
I think there's some of that going on.
Macho, I'm going to play this thing from Laura Ingraham.
What up, Jeff Coy Candle,
I want you to look
2886, Kendall.
I was too busy at the roulette table.
Dirt Merchant.
Not group love, so.
That was a joke of a fight. What up, J Law Bronco? Jonesy, Grouper Lips. What up, Nick? Thank you, right back at you, Nick. I appreciate you, my friend.
Oh, no.
What up, Dave Rock 69? Right back at you. Organic Gene, how you doing? Good morning. What's up, Jonesy 869?
Jeff Coy.
Going to Alaska to catch some waves.
Dirt Merchant Jones.
What are you going on a cruise or something? What's up, Henny Jacks? Good morning. Thank you, Jeff Coy Kendall. Appreciate it. What up, BBQ? Pitmaster 77. What'd you say?
I said Alaska's got some big waves,
It actually does. It's just freezing.
Oh, that's what a wetsuit's for.
These guys wear like 6mm suits. When I go to California, I wear a 2-3 and everyone laughs at me because I'm a bitch with cold water. I hate it.
Oh, Jay, I got something to show you real fast.
All right.
Just take a minute.
No worries.
Rosarito. Dirt Merchant, $2. Sorry. Chip. Fun weekend, can't help it. Organic Gene, good morning. Group lives running now. Good morning, New York, Greg.
Yeah, the wine. Yeah.
I don't know about that.
Hi, Warren.
What's up, Infantry?
I said hi, Warren.
Hello, Bubba. Infantry 0311. Yeah, the steak there was delicious. What's up, Glenn Longnecker? Amber Rucker 25. Thank you. Appreciate it. You get back safe there, Nick.
Oh, Jay, we got a little piece of. Lummy, remember what Dan said about Jay's member?
Yes.
Okay, we're at to ask Jay.
What is it?
Oh, it's funny.
Okay.
But you got to be honest.
I've got an idea.
Time to man up.
I got to poop so bad.
Man up and be brutally honest.
And you're calling me crazy?
Or I'm going to kill you. We now return to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Venmo, PayPal, Cash App, at the Bubba Army. Speaking of which, very much a sad day within the Bubba Army world, if you will. We, I don't think that he was necessarily happy with us, Lummy, and the latter part of, let's say, 2 years. I think maybe he may have defected a little bit, but that doesn't matter. We had so many good times with him, and he was such a good dude. And for whatever we did wrong, whatever, does it even matter at this point?
Yeah.
Whatever we did to upset him or whatever. I mean, like, whoever's fault it was, I'll never forget the great times that we had with Donkey Teeth. His real name was Ben. I do know for like the last couple years, I think maybe our conservative leaning, which really sucks. And I know that we've had over the years some hardcore, really, really great Bubba Army people, like, Unsavory and Jamie from Northern Heat and Air and obviously Donkey Teeth and some others that have left the show for whatever reason, and they're very big critics of the show, and that's whatever. I mean, that's your opinion. When I go out here and do something for 4 hours a day and try to be as transparent as I can, most of the time telling on myself. Like, Lemmy, did you see there was a lot of negative comments with regards to the Nielsen lawsuit talk that I was talking about?
Well, of course.
I was trying to be just transparent and say, yes, one of my biggest missteps in life was getting involved in the rating scandal. But I went on to say that, Nielsen and I settled. It's a sealed settlement. We can't get into the details. If you were able to get into the details, there are two sides to every story, and I think it would bode well for both parties to see, the settlement. That'll never be in play. But I think the one thing I wanted people to know was that I've, since that scandal or misstep that I made, Nielsen has been so good to me. I mean, I've been rated in 4 or 5 additional other markets. None of my rate, in the industry they call it, they can keep your thumb on you. No, they have always been super, super, super transparent. That's what they are. Is they're fair. That's what they pride themselves on, and so they've not kept their thumb on me at all. So that's kind of what I wanted to the message I wanted to get out, but while saying that I had made some mistakes and was sorry for them. Oh my God, the comments of everybody.
Well, of course. I mean, the trolls were there with you during that whole thing, right?
Yeah.
In the courtroom and everything, whatever happened.
Oh, you mean?
I mean, the trolls know everything because.
I mean, they were actually in there when Todd Foster and the magistrate was coming up with the settlement terms.
Yeah, exactly.
Tom Bean, they know Todd was actually there's only me. Even Jay doesn't know.
I don't know. But the trolls know.
Jay was not of counsel.
No, I didn't represent you.
This was a federal deal, and it was Todd Foster and Tom Bean.
Yep.
And then their counsel and the magistrate.
You don't have a Chris Brown list, do you? Yours is just a couple silly little things that you didn't even do.
couple little silly things that really are really pretty
They're
silly.
old too, by the way.
stupid.
That's old. What's it? 10 years old?
So
Do
anyway,
you think the trolls would actually go after someone like a Chris Brown?
Why don't they?
Or someone like
Well,
that? And
I am their Chris Brown, so whatever.
If they can't see when someone's changed their personality and they've grown and progressed as a human being, then someone hasn't listened to the show and listened to you progress.
It's their way of having some worth and having a group of people that they can correspond with, and it gives them a sense of groupness and togetherness. And for that, that's great. And what keeps them together and keeps them,
They could be Facebook friends on the Bubba Hater website.
Is hating me, and just that's fine. That's fine. But Donkey Teeth at one time didn't hate us, and I don't. I am just as sad as if he would be still coming to, select Bubba 199s with his beautiful wife. And, he was a major player in the Bubba Army, inner circle. I mean, he was just a good dude. And for whatever reason, we pissed him off and he distanced himself from the show. And that's fine. But it doesn't take away the tragedy of him and what he potentially went through. I don't know any other details other than the obituary that his family posted, but I reposted up on Facebook. Just R.I.P. to our good friend Donkey Teeth. But yes, Donkey did defect. He was no longer Bubba Army. But, to me, even if you hate us, once Bubba Army, still kind of Bubba Army. Because I think you hate us because you want us to be better and you have an opinion on what we can do to be better, but we could never be as good as you think we should be. So we'll just always suck. So, I'm sorry for the defectors, but, if we didn't have any defectors and we didn't have people that were critiquing the show and how much the show sucks, then maybe the show wouldn't be relevant because there's other personalities and that don't have full-blown, forums where hundreds of people go to a day. I'm sorry, where 15 people with hundreds of accounts go to every day and argue with themselves as to how much we suck and things like that. But I will say this, rest in peace, Donkey. Rest in peace, Ben. I'm so sorry for your I'm thinking about mostly your wife. I didn't know your mom and dad or any of your surviving siblings, if you have any, but I was very close to your wife. She was just absolutely the coolest, most attractive little, I don't know what her ethnicity is, maybe, I don't know what she is, Vietnamese. She's something, I think, maybe from that area, but she was always so nice. And Donkey was just a great guy. And, rest in peace, Donkey. And I wish I knew more, but maybe it's better that I don't know more because it's really none of my business. All I need to know is that he's gone, and I'm sad. And I want to pay my respects to Donkey Teeth, Ben. So, Jay, we had this discussion. So Dan was like, yeah, 4th of July, Jay was up at the shore. And so me and my kids, I was grilling, and we were swimming in and out of the pool. And then I decided to get on the jet ski, went on some jet skiing, had a great time. It's great. I go, let me ask you a question. Don't you and Jay have kind of matching jet skis? Yep, matching jet skis. Except Jay is kind of a poser when it comes to his boat and his jet ski. He really doesn't take it out much. I go, well, let me ask you a question. Let's say that you were to have me over and, and I wanted to ask, could I ask Jay to drive his jet ski? And he's like, nope. Not going to happen. Jay's very anal about his jet ski and his boat. And you, Steve, Pitty, nobody is allowed to drive Jay's jet ski. I'm like, I never really think of Jay that way. So, Jay, what say you?
Do you know how dangerous those things are?
Don't start with that. Do you know how I got more hours than any of you guys combined?
I would let you do it.
Okay.
As you could say, I swear to you, I would let you do it. I would let Pitty do it. I would let Danny do it. I would let Steven do it. I would not let any child I know do it, nor would I let anybody
and Jimmy
else.
Cleavis.
Oh, definitely Jimmy Cleavis.
He's
I'd
got
probably
more-
let Rob Elder do it. There's certain people that A, have the knowledge and skills to use it, and B, have the resources if they screw something up
And
to take care of
I
it.
even told Dan, I go, tell Jay I would even flush it out for him and put the cover back on because I know how to do that. I know how to flush out a jet ski and how to, you're
They're
supposed
easy
to.
now. They're killer.
Yeah, you just plug them into this one little hole. But back in the day when I had them, you had to get this adapter and you had to practically get down almost underneath it to get to. I mean, it was a pain in the ass.
It
And you had
is.
to run it for 5 minutes, and then you had to, take off the hose and then run it just so it starts trickulating water, so it's all out of the system. Then you sprayed it down, and then Febreze even had like this little chamois towel that you wanted you to dry it all down so you didn't get wet spots on it, and then put the cover back on. That's the proper protocol to borrow somebody's jet ski.
Yep.
And then you're right. If somebody dings it up or whatever, they have the resources to get it fixed. So Dan's wrong because he's saying.
Well, he's really right, but just not about you and a couple of handful of people that.
I even mentioned Steve, Pitty, and Jimmy Cleavis, and Dan said no. I go, I don't believe that. I don't believe
would
that
I leave
for a
my
minute.
jet ski over there for them to just use randomly?
No. And like, if I was to have to borrow your jet ski, I'd have to probably drive to your house, and because that's where I'm gonna take it and put it back in your house.
Right.
Like because I'm not getting on the back of Dan's jet ski and having him shuttle me over there. I'm just not. Now he could. I'm not riding bitch with Dan.
No.
I'm not riding bitch with him. I'm too big.
No, never. I don't like
That
riding
would
shotgun
be a really
with him.
awkward picture to see.
And here's the deal. And riding bitch, the big guy always has to be in the front. Like, it just doesn't look right if you're a bigger dude.
You guys doing a wheelie on his jet ski?
Yeah.
We would be. Dan would be like, Bubba, I can't see. I can't get the
Can't get it
nose
to plane.
I can't get the nose to plane out because you got 297 laying back there, cuzzo. So he's wrong. Now, here's the thing. I would ask to use your jet ski. I'd never ask to use a guy's boat. Boats are a whole nother level. Like, that's, I wouldn't use your boat. But jet skis are,
Captain Biddles can use my boat with me. A couple of friends that are captains that I would definitely let drive my boat.
Yeah, I'm not a captain. I mean, I've driven a lot of boats, but I just
Probably
don't.
Snizuki Slayer.
I'm just not going to take your boat out. But your jet ski, I've got.
Carte blanche, dude. Come on.
You were in Marion County, Florida, just 2 days ago, and we had.
So this is the Hannity podcast, right, Lemmy? See, it says
Yes.
Hannity.
Yeah.
Hang out, Hannity.
51 guys show up in 6 days.
Slow down a second.
Yeah.
51 guys online.
Now, Macho, do you think that that's an actual studio, or do you think that's a backdrop? That looks like
that's legit.
He's got a new studio.
So that's like that area behind him. That's real. That's like a rustic, Western bar kind of deal.
Yeah, you can see the shadowing on the rugs and everything. It's real.
Okay.
Online.
Talking to people they know or
In Marion County, Florida. This is Ocala.
Wow.
We've done it in Martin County, just down the road.
51 in a week's time.
In 6 days.
Did you know Sean Hannity is engaged to that?
Ainsley Earhart.
Yeah, Ainsley Earhart.
Really?
I did not yet for 2 years now.
Wow.
Yep.
And Brian Kilmeade, when we had him on last week, alluded to it.
Oh, you had him on?
That's
Brian's
right.
awesome.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Who do you want to hang out with?
We had him on for 30 minutes.
He's a funny man.
I had to tape
Very
him.
sharp.
I had to tape him the day before. He just did a gig in Pensacola this past Saturday. Jay, his next gig, I think, is Friday, November. No. I think Saturday, November 7th. It's either the 7th or the 8th of November at Ruth Eckerd Hall. If you'd like to go, we can get VIP.
I would go with you in a second.
Yeah. We can do it like couples deal.
For sure.
So in Marion County,
Stop by Union.
100%.
Have a little pre-dinner.
Or even do like Fort Beachy, St. Pete.
No, that's
that's too far from you.
Union-
No, I was thinking the old
Union West Shore.
November 7th.
Union West Shore.
November 7th. What day is that?
Great question.
We'll do Union on the way. We'll meet there.
Yeah, I'll give me a Union. What?
Saturday,
November 7th.
Hannity's got 147,000 subscribers on Hanging Out with Sean Hannity,
Nice.
which is
They do
new, about 60 days old, his website.
massive operation with
We're getting ready to hit 145,000 maybe today subscribers on our YouTube channel. If you're not a subscriber on our YouTube channel, go become one immediately. It's all at the Bubba Army. Almost every platform, with the exception of TikTok, Instagram, Rumble, Twitter, Twitch, Facebook, YouTube. It's all at the Bubba Army. Now, Lummy, is it official that we get the beta today?
No comment. I saw that and I thought I was going to be yesterday, but
well, they're supposedly had it. They had it amongst themselves this weekend. We're able to find a couple bugs that they wanted to fix before giving it to us. It's my understanding we get it today or tomorrow to work on it all week.
Perfect.
Now I got Rainey Hall that wants to work on it. I got a couple of, I got Bob. I'm going to give it to Bob Cook. A couple other high-end users, wags that that I want to send the beta to some good people that pretty much catch everything, so that we can get it. So that when we finally say, okay, here's what we found wrong with it, there's no other things that could be wrong with it, because we got 14 people that really tried to trip it up. And that's the new Bubba Army app.
Yes.
A huge staff once a year.
And I'd like, if you can tell Mike Rowe, I know that it's Bubba Army HQ, but I'd like for the app just to say Bubba Army. Just
exactly. Well, when it's listed on the search engine,
it just literally has this logo right there.
Yep.
Just that.
That's
right
what
here.
it should be.
Just Bubba Army. That's it.
All right.
That's what I would prefer. Not because the Bubba Army HQ logo is a little different. And I think that's going to be confusing. This is the logo that we've had since 1997.
Just chevrons with your name above it and below it.
Yeah, exactly.
Counties do it. Other jurisdictions do it.
51 in Ocala.
Smaller doses.
You got to get your races back going. These guys are horny.
My next race is Saturday, July 25th, 2 weeks from now. I'll be in Ocala all this weekend, pre-roughing the track in. Takes me 2 weekends to get the track ready. I'll be there all week. That's where I'll be all weekend long.
Across the year. But this was shocking to even me. And the kinds of cases, Sean, we had a guy show up at the county jail to pick up a 14-year-old girl. And in the decoy scenario, she said, well, I just was visiting my dad who's locked up. I don't have a ride. And he wants to pick her up and sexually exploit her. We had a guy show up at a Target to meet who he thought was a dad offering up his 7 and 14-year-old son. And if you saw this guy in Target standing in line, he doesn't stick out of the crowd, Sean. You wouldn't have even thought twice about this.
Now, where is all this content
available?
On YouTube. On Sean Hansen's, I'm sorry.
No, it's on
Chris Hansen's YouTube?
Yes.
What's his YouTube channel called? Do we know?
I'll get it for you.
Is it To Catch a Predator?
True Blue.
Grown adult predators meeting up with children.
True Blue?
True Blue.
For sex is a massive problem in America. And if you take a look at this, Chris Henson, through his 2 shows, has been credited with about 500 arrests. And these are people who are going to meet children for sex. Now, let me show you another wild one. There was another sting that took place. This one was in Ohio, and they had 104 men arrested in one day. Charges like attempted unlawful sexual conduct with a minor.
See, these are the kind of people they need to be getting, not the Mama San and the Asian workers at the Jack Shack who are not there against their will and are offering grown men $80 upticks for full service. Because I got to think those men that go to those, the Wild Orchid Day Spa, that these girls they're really gummed up, they're really stressed out, they need to catch their party, and having a woman to lend you a helping hand, no pun intended, to catch your party, I think is somewhat of a community service. Now, when you go in and raid this joint, you ask each one of these women, are you being trafficked? Or do you come here with your, with your free will every day, do your job, try to get as many men to get the uptick, cost $80 to get in, and then, they have all these different kind of hand motions that they use for oral and intercourse and a handy and things like that, and then guys pay them directly for whatever that could potentially be. Now, to me, that's keeping these weirdos that are really, really gummed up and need to have a party off the streets. I don't know why you're arresting those chicks. They're healthcare heroes.
So we have Chris Henson,
But the guy that's meeting a man at a guy that's meeting what he thinks is a dad of a 7 and a 14-year-old at Target to buy or give him money to have his way with these 2 children, that's the guy we need to get off the streets, rightfully so. Absolutely, get those weirdos off. Throw the book at them. Chemically castrate them.
had like over 50 in one day. Here we have 104 in one day. And again, these are just in one location. Now imagine...
Don't bust the hookers.
Yeah, bust the guys in Ocala.
So much, before I go to words, Laura Ingraham, from what I can gather with regards to this video, this van, she can be anywhere and do her Fox News show. Now, she's a daily contributor to...
Well, she has her own show.
7
p.m.
Right. 7 p.m. The Laura Ingraham from 7 to 8 right before Jesse, right?
Yep.
So, Mach, I don't think that the Cream Machine is going to be anything like this, but watch. Just this is amazing.
All right, time to do the show. What is here? What's behind here? Uh-oh. There it is. And it's Atticus.
She does not do it from a truck.
Go, time to destroy the Democrats.
There it is.
Are you kidding me?
There it is. Now, Macho, do you believe? I believe that they probably have, the capabilities of doing that.
Yep.
What do you think?
I think she's taping it because if they don't have a fiber connection, I don't think it's stable enough to go on network television.
What do you mean, Starlink?
What if they had
Starlink? The fastest.
You need a fiber connection, guys.
Go, time to destroy the Democrats.
Could there be a plug-in, a landline for a truck like that? Much?
If they could plug it onto offshore, yeah.
If they had the
onshore, I mean.
So you're saying chances are, Mach, they're taping it there. Much like when we do the Cream Machine, we're not going to go live. We're just going to tape. When I do the Cream Machine, and I'm going to have, four total stools sitting in there.
I didn't see the top of the van. Is there a satellite uplink on top of the van?
It didn't show.
It didn't really show.
All right, time to do the show.
No, there's not.
It doesn't look like there is one.
Yeah, she's taping.
What is here? What's behind?
And by the way, it looks like they got a dent right there, too. Does it not? Look.
What is here? What's behind here?
You need Dennis, my ding guy, to go out there.
Yeah, not only that, but they also need Terry to squirt some WD-40 silicone on the door. That latch.
Here, what's behind here? Uh-oh. There it is. And
Is there a timestamp on this recording?
No. What do you mean, like what day?
Like is it like right before 7 o'clock when she goes on?
Oh, I don't know. Let me.
Here, what's behind?
Maybe we go to Laura Ingraham here, and here we go. I'm looking at her various videos.
It's the first one. That first one
was
the
one right there in the middle.
Right here?
Right? No, it's your right.
Two more
right here.
There. Yep.
All right, so it would say.
All right, time to do the show.
It doesn't really give you
5 million views.
Go to your 3 little dots.
5 million views on that
underneath
clip.
the forward. Oh. No. Yeah.
No.
Wow.
Sorry, Mach.
Yeah, they may have.
I'm curious, but I think it's recorded.
Yeah.
How do you get those people to listen to us?
Behind here. Uh-oh. There it is. And it's Atticus.
Don't give Jay any ideas. He'll have a remote van next thing. He'll rip out all of his conclave stuff and have a van.
We got a screen coming from behind me
Go,
already,
time to
Mach.
destroy the Democrat Socialists.
Yeah, I don't know.
I did get a green screen for him, though.
I will tell you this much: it really makes me excited about what the capabilities of being able to get really good recording quality out of the Cream Machine.
But we're going to have guests in there. See, she's by herself, so there's no room.
Oh, that's kind of cool. There's that show where they bring a van around and they have guests in the show. That's brilliant.
Well, we're going to have for the racers.
Busting the boys.
So as soon as the racers get done, this is only going to be for the month of February. So like when Lucas Late Model runs, like a Wednesday night, I'll take the top 3. First, second, and third, and then me, and we'll go right to the Cream Machine and literally tape an episode of what just happened in that race.
Are you going to have the Cream Machine parked at the winner's circle?
No, I'll probably have it parked up in the pit area near their hauler so I can be on 50 amp shore power.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You could probably tape remote podcasts with that thing for people that don't want to come out here to the studio. You could probably drive into Tampa Bay or go places with that and actually do sit-down interviews and podcasts with that thing.
Yeah. At the end of the day, yeah. That's another great idea. Hey, listen, you don't want to make it all the way out here. I get it. Tell me where you live. And Macho Man could literally make it, foolproof so that, like the way we do our podcasting now. I'm sorry. Macho Man sets the cameras, he frames it up, and then he turns on the buttons on, which I know where those buttons are. And then when we get done, I just turn the buttons off. Well, I could turn the buttons on too. And Macho Man, I think you've taught me how to zoom and use the lens. I think you taught me that. So I think I could do it all.
Yeah, you probably could.
Maybe we should try that today, that I try to do it all today with Pete. Oh, today, guess what we're breaking down today?
What?
Richard Ramirez, the original Night Stalker.
Really?
Remember him from California, I think it was?
Yeah.
Jay, last week we did this guy from Anchorage, Alaska. And he would fly to cities 2 years before he was going to kill somebody and put together a death kit and then bury it in the woods exactly where yes. And so then 2 years later, he would fly from Anchorage, Alaska to like Chicago, then drive down to Louisville, again, distancing himself from the crime. He'd rob a bank. His MO was he would rob a bank in the town, then go and kill somebody and sexually assault them. And he didn't have to buy any materials or travel with any materials because he'd been there 2 years later to bury a death kit. Now, is that not just...
That's diabolical at a whole different level of premeditation.
And my boy Pete finds these.
What?
Yeah, he finds these stories. Yeah. First one, which I think we're releasing next Tuesday. That's my date. I'm sorry. Next Wednesday. Because what's our current release? Mondays are gonna. Well, every day we do a Bubba reactionary. I bet you didn't know. Look it up, lock it in. We do those except I missed Friday. So Tuesdays, what do we?
That's the body cam.
All right, so Tuesdays are the body cam.
Yes.
And then that's it.
Then Wednesday, because then it's open for everyone. So I mean, realistically, when we do release it, we can just run the version of you and Pete on Monday. That Monday.
So I don't want to release new episodes of. I think I could tell everybody what the podcast is going to. I mean, we're only 1 week away from rolling it out. Do you think I could tell everybody what the name of the podcast is, or would you still hold off?
It's a great question.
Let it fly. I don't even know.
Gary's the one who wanted to wait.
Okay. I think we release them on Wednesdays or Thursdays.
Okay.
The reason why is the new episodes of me and Pete. It's really Pete, and I'm just kind of the
leave that to Gary, because there's definitely an algorithm on what days to do it. I don't know if it's Tuesdays and Thursdays, but there's a day.
Well, we already released my Bubba Breaking It Down with Bubba, where I break down hot chicks getting arrested by the cops. We do that on Tuesdays. Now, the new Pete and Bubba podcast, long form true crime podcast, I think needs to come out on Thursday. The reason why is on Wednesday I can promote what dropped on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. I can promote what we dropped on Tuesday, meaning the reactionary. Then on Wednesday and Thursday and Friday, I can promote what's coming up with me and Pete. Then they're gonna get a weekend review from you on Fridays and a sports show on Thursdays.
Yes.
When does Tristan and Tuttle drop?
Usually whenever we get it, it drops. When we get it.
So that's a little bit in the over the line. Is that the same thing when we get it? All right. So the over the line and the Tristan deal is just whatever.
It's just like an added benefit.
But you can lock in my Breaking It Down with Bubba on Tuesdays and I'm just going to say it, Lummy. You ready?
Okay.
Deadly Intentions.
Oh.
My Deadly Intentions podcast starring Pete. That's right. Deadly. It's called Deadly Intentions. So Tuesdays Break It Down with Bubba. Thursdays are Deadly Intention. I've seen a lot of scuttlebutt and a lot of haters saying, you guys are lazy, you're not doing any. I got Right now, I got 4 deadly intentions in the can, and I'm cutting 2 more today. I'll have 6, and my target is, Gary, next Thursday to have the Gilgo Beach one done and ready to go.
Really?
It goes Gilgo Beach, number 1. Number 2 is the Golden State Killer, which was a guy out of California. Listen to this, Jay. He would sexually molest. He would go in the night before and see if the guy that he was getting ready to go break in, if he had any guns. He wouldn't take the guns. He would take all the bullets out of the guns. Because think about this. We got guns, right?
Sure.
But we don't go check our drawers or wherever every day to make sure that we just assume there are bullets in it. Like, we don't go check them every day because nobody messes with our guns. And so why do you got to go check every day, right? You don't.
I haven't.
It's like checking air pressure in your car. You don't check it until the light comes on. But, you're like, before every trip I go and check. No. So he would go pre-break in, take the bullets out of the gun. So when he would make entry with his shotgun, the husband would quickly go get his gun, and the guy would be like, ha, and start trying to blow him away. And click, click, click. He'd tie him up. He would rape their wife in front of them, and he would put a stack of dinner plates on the guy's back. And if the guy stayed still and no dinner plates fell off, he didn't kill you.
What?
But if you got a little bit and you were hogtied with your hands and your legs behind your back with the stack of plates on the small of your back, and if the stack of plates fell off, guess what?
Oh my God.
Yeah. Then sometimes he would say, he would rape him for 3 or 4 hours, and sometimes he would say he'd leave, and so
that's pre-Viagra, 3 hours.
He would leave. He would leave, but really he'd be sitting like around the corner or in a closet, and the man and the wife would talk to each other. Okay, it's been 20 minutes. I think we can maybe start.
What a sick
Now, hold on. So 20, 30 minutes would go by. They'd start trying to untie each other, which means the plates fell off, and he'd jump out of the closet and said, "I'm still here." And blow him away.
Is he the one that they got like 20 years later from his DNA on the other coast, and he was an old man?
Nope. This was a guy that was a former cop, and he would go to the nearest town that was outside of his jurisdiction, and then he could keep up on intel as to how much they were investigating this guy. Yeah,
diabolical.
That's the Golden State Killer. Then last week was the Anchorage, Alaska guy who went and put these murder kits all across America and would rob a bank. And then we also, Pete did 28 years in federal prison for working with the cartel. So so our 4th episode will be how the cartel actually functions in the United States. And Jay, it's fascinating how much we don't know and how much the media has misinformed us.
But Jay, yeah, you're right. Sorry, the Golden State Killer was that guy that they found through the DNA in 2018.
Yes.
When he was an old man.
Yes.
Right. They did the genetic genealogy where they found some.
That's where they caught him. Yes, like a 23andMe gimmick caught him.
Yeah.
Yes, and then today's Richard Ramirez. And maybe another how the cartel launders their money.
That's crazy.
Jay,
I want to watch all of them.
Did you know that 50% of the cartel's money goes directly to the Mexican government?
And 2% goes to Sinaloa Surf Camp.
Bubba the Love Sponge.
I listen to Bubba every day.
I just really enjoy the outrageousness of it.
We love him. Couldn't do without it.
The Bubba the Love Sponge show returns after these words.
I just looked it up just to make sure I was right. Starlink, you cannot stream video. It's not recommended because it switches in between satellites, so there's up to 20
Yeah, she's taping.
milliseconds of
Just like we're going to
latency.
be able to tape, and it's going to look so much better.
She might have just been doing like her her teaser for the night.
Right.
Taking her teaser for the
Which was probably right. She was hitting her teasers.
I definitely did like the look with the carpet and everything like that.
I do too.
Sterling Spencer. I think I do. Is he from Tampa? Sterling? We did get a crazy storm in Jersey the first day we were there. It was a heat wave, and then it got like kind of crazy the night of 4th of July.
Bubba Army, look, if your Wi-Fi only works when you stand next to the router with 1 foot in the air, you got a problem. If your security system is your dog barking when your neighbor's yelling, hey, somebody's here, you need GPZ cabling. GPZ cabling installs security cameras, hardwire Ethernet, better Wi-Fi, clean network racks, and low voltage systems for homes and businesses. Stop living like it's 1998 with one dusty router and no cameras. Call GPZ Cabling Tampa right now, 813-524-6794, or go to gpzcabling.com. Make sure you mention Bubba Army, get 20% off. GPZ Cabling, reliable, professional, connected.
We are the only show that can talk about nothing. The use of all Bubba-isms is prohibited without the express written consent of Bubba the Love Spot.
This is not staged. It's not nothing. It's very scientific.
It's not in a killing mood.
Right.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Jay in for all 4 today, which I really like.
Wow.
Prefer
Yeah,
that
2 days in a row.
Prefer that than the change out. Really do. Let's get Jay to 1,000 thumbs up, please. Jay's not as active on the chat as his brother. His brother likes to engage and sometimes ban.
I would if I could sign in, but I don't have the ability to sign in.
Can we get Jay an account?
He has an account. He has his own account. It's YouTube. He's got to log in with his
premium
name.
account. I got to pay.
No,
to follow me.
No, I don't think.
What? No. You have to log into YouTube with your name.
Yeah, but I can't even do it on my own. It won't let me. It won't let me comment unless I subscribe.
Let me look at it in the next off break if you could.
We talked about
it says members only.
Yeah, we made you an
person. Admin.
Yeah.
Oh, then I just got to go back and find that text because I don't remember getting that, but that's fine.
Yeah, Lemmy might be able to do it.
Yeah.
We'll figure it out.
Okay.
Jay's about as technically retarded as I am.
I would never have expected that.
When I was trying to get Lana Turner's documentary up last night.
I needed a merch crick to do this.
I felt
for
like
me.
such a boomer, and she couldn't do it. So I said, Lana, I gotta watch this before I have you on tomorrow. I cannot interview you efficiently about this documentary that's been out since mid-April. She'll tell you all the distribution places of where you can get it. I got to watch it. And I've known Lana for a long time. This is like maybe her 3rd or 4th, maybe 5th appearance on the program. And she's been working on this documentary since the day her and Ralphie actually started dating or actually met each other. All through childbirth, all through the addiction, the bariatric surgery. And I wrote some notes, and you can just, if you watch the documentary, you can see the exact minute he flips into a bad guy. Prior to him flipping into a bad guy, he was just he was on the road a lot. But he was still present and trying and was a good father and wasn't mean. And then he got hooked on opiates. And he turned into just a monster. And a lot of people don't know this. And I'm not going to give all the secrets away of the documentary, but a lot of people don't know this. He filed divorce on her. She didn't file on him. And she was so depressed. She wanted to, there was a part of a documentary after she'd been served where she's crying in bed, saying, I know all documentaries are meant to, end badly, but I'd love for there to be a silver lining in this one where we get back together. He starts, losing weight and getting healthy and starts being with the kids and not missing. There'd be times where he was supposed to meet her somewhere in L.A. to spend the weekend with the kids, and he would no-show, completely not even show up. And the kids were getting all, they loved their dad. And so I'm trying to watch this thing, and it's really quite simple. I just needed to pull it up from the text that she gave me. Take my 2 little fingers and move my iPhone screen down, hit the iPhone mirroring shared screen mirroring gimmick, and then type in the code that appeared on my TV. That's it. Merch Crick worked for 45 minutes, including but not limited to cussing everything out. But I watched it. It was great. I can't wait to have her in. She'll be here in about an hour. So we got to be looking for her.
Will do.
Let her in through our We no longer have a green room. We have a garage for you to sit in.
Yes, it's a nice one though.
Yeah.
Lindsey Graham of
Lindsey Graham, age was it 71, 72?
Early 71.
71.
Lindsey Graham, was it from South Carolina?
Yes.
Yeah.
Senator or congressman?
Both, and now senator. He's been a senator for quite some time.
Ran that pretty much GOP, they say.
Yeah.
Tonight, Senator Lindsey Graham of South Carolina is being remembered as one of the Republican Party's most prominent and powerful voices. Graham's sudden death at age 71 has stunned Washington. Flags in the nation's capital and across the country have been lowered to half staff. President Trump on social...
Now, Jay, do they do like a special election, or does the or does the governor? I think the governor comes in maybe and appoints a person. I don't know.
Until the special election.
Well, yeah, and you got to understand there's an election in November.
Right.
So a person might only be there for 3 months.
Correct.
Right? Yeah.
And he's usually going to pick somebody that they hope can win in the special election, like they did with Senator Moody.
Right.
Ashley Moody took Senator Marco Rubio's spot when Trump tapped him for all the things he's doing in the administration. We lost a guaranteed Republican senator, and they appointed her, and then she won. And so that's the thought process.
A lot of the appointing process is this person strong enough to carry the election when it comes around?
Yes.
Yeah.
Political ally and frequent golf partner, one of the greatest people and senators I have ever known. CBS News Chief Congressional Correspondent Nicole Killian leads us off with more on Graham's life and legacy. Nicole, good evening to you.
Hey, good evening to you, Tom. According to Senator Graham's office, preliminary findings show that he suffered from cardiovascular disease. News of his death is coming as a shock.
Jay, is that heart attack?
He had I believe a ruptured or severed aortic artery. He had a very acute injury, but from chronic heart disease.
To many
Not a
here
heart attack.
on Capitol Hill.
Today, flags were lowered to half staff at the Capitol and the White House as Washington paused to mourn the loss of South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham.
What a terrible loss it is. He's a great politician. He was a natural.
President Trump said he spoke with Graham last night just before paramedics were called to his D.C. home.
Long time no see. Happy birthday. Thank you very much.
The 71.
They're going to do an autopsy on him? I
Yeah,
bet.
they are.
I bet you they
Aortic
do.
dissection.
Of course they are. Just like they should have done one on Hogan. Until his wife said, no, don't do one. Don't do one. That's where the medical examiner should have said, I don't care what you say, Sky Daniels. I'm going to do one.
And it says, according to the preliminary findings of the District of Columbia medical examiner, you think the family asked the permission, or you think they just did it?
They did it. That's their job.
It's of great public importance to know what happened to one of those most important 100 people in the United States.
Year-old lawmaker had just returned from a visit to Ukraine, where he met with President Volodymyr Zelensky Friday.
He said he sounded a little tired, but perfect.
Bipartisan tributes poured in for the South Carolina Republican, from former Presidents Joe Biden and George W. Bush to global leaders like Zelensky and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
Israel has lost one of the great champions of the American-Israeli alliance.
Known as a foreign policy hawk, the retired Air Force colonel was first elected to the U.S. House in 1994, where he served as an impeachment manager during President Clinton's trial. In 2002, he was elected to the Senate and worked across the aisle on a range of issues, from gun control to comprehensive immigration reform.
I'm Lindsey Graham.
In 2016, Graham ran for president, often clashing with then-candidate Donald Trump. He broke publicly with him in 2021 after the January 6th attack.
All I can say is...
Look how stupid we looked with the masks.
Yes.
When realistically, I think they're saying now that didn't really matter.
It didn't work. And look what it is, January 6th, 2021, a year and a half after it happened.
Yeah.
Count me out.
But the pair later repaired their relationship, becoming close allies.
The bond that he forged on the golf course that made him
People don't realize, Trump's like 6'3".
He's a big man.
He is, yeah.
He's like
6'4", yeah.
such a powerful athlete.
Man, he's looking old there, though, is he not? Phew.
Yeah, you're on the golf course. It's hot.
I think
he's almost 80, though.
But no, I think he is 80. I think he is now officially the oldest sitting president.
Mm-hmm.
He
president and a powerful advocate for us with the president. And so we'll need...
I like this Tim Scott guy.
He's a great guy.
I like this guy. I'd like to see him maybe be a president. Is he presidential material?
Well, he's tried a couple times.
He's just not. I don't know if he has the. He's not charismatic enough. He was not engaging enough.
How about a vice?
He could run a lot of things. He's a very, very smart guy, and I like him a lot.
That, but more importantly, what we'll need.
Man, look at that. Let me look at that set. Whew.
Is a champion who's.
What's that?
I said that's not in a van.
No, no.
Big ass van.
No.
Steps up to the plate, not for politics.
But realistically, ours in a more Bat KV type way is almost as impressive as that.
This is killer.
Yeah.
I love it.
But for serving our country. That is who Lindsey was.
Now, just before his death, Senator Graham was working on a bipartisan bill to impose more sanctions on Russia to help end the war with
the war.
So, I'm going to say something that's probably a little bit controversial because I'm very sad that he died. But I've said for a long time that I'm sick of seeing the Lindsey Grahams and the Nancy Pelosi's on both sides.
Yep.
And so
the Jesse Helms.
I want to see a younger breed of politician that comes in that has fresher ideas than this guy who was a bit of a neocon. People forget there's not a war that Lindsey Graham didn't like that he didn't support.
I think we should have like age limits on
term limits.
Well, yeah, exactly. Two. If the president is allowed to. Most governors can only do 2. Then you should only be able to do 2. Why does the Congress and the Senate have? We can do as many as we want, and then you get some of these people that have been congressmen and senators for 20, 30, 40 years.
He was one of the the government's impeachment lawyers against Bill Clinton. So that happened between 1992 and 94 to 2002. Yeah. It's unbelievable.
Actress Margaret Cho, who I've actually seen some of her stuff, and I like some of her stuff, but I don't like this. I think that actresses and actors and stuff like this, when you have a political person that dies, that you should just, even if you don't like them, like I don't like the Jasmine Crockett, and there's a lot of these woke, like the 3 new Democratic socialists that are going to be Congress people out of New York, the one out of Colorado, Mandami.
Mm-hmm.
If Mandami,
Al Sayed out of Michigan,
Ilhan Omar. If any of these people had died, I'm just going to keep my mouth shut, or R.I.P. To them. That's it.
Or you'd say, like you just said, I mourn their death, but I didn't like their policies.
No, I wouldn't even say that. Just be like, R.I.P. You know what? I wouldn't say nothing. Because saying R.I.P. is kind of paying respects to them. So I just wouldn't say nothing. You can't get in trouble for not saying nothing.
Exactly.
Bye, Lindsey. Bye, Lindsey Graham. From the closet to the coffin. Real seamless. Real seamless. Also, yeah. Mitch McConnell. So it's Mitch McConnell, Lindsey Graham. It does happen in 3s.
Oh, really?
Hope.
Now, I wonder if
she's wishing for President Trump's death. That you're saying hope is in 3s.
Yes.
Mitch McConnell's dead?
No, but he's very, very well. They one foot in the grave.
He's practically dead. He's practically dead.
He gave a public statement without speaking yesterday, I think.
Yeah, with a picture of him in the bed.
Yeah.
Is this the story about the attacks?
Yeah.
Huge development.
Well, no, they're also talking about building a massive pipeline, just pretty much cut out the whole strait.
Now, Iraq did a propaganda video of Iran did a propaganda video using AI. I got to tell you, they got some pretty good AI guys over there.
They sure do. They love the Legos.
And they love the Legos. And this is Iran that is, making fun of the fact that Lindsey Graham died, and then they got a checklist as to who's next.
Is the nurse Monica Lewinsky?
I don't know.
This is Monica on her.
It might but it's an African American woman, so it's just maybe they don't really know of any other American names other than Monica.
Exactly. Yeah.
I'm assuming that's Lindsey Graham playing with his granddaughter.
Yeah,
playing with
dolls.
Now, are they intimating that they killed him?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
that that Iran killed him.
Mm-hmm. They'll take credit for spontaneous aortic rupture.
A guy that's got a full-blown, medical emergency, they're going to take credit.
So morbid.
Lindsay? Now, is that Laura Ingraham?
Laura Trump?
Or Laura Trump? What does KT stand for? Is it some kind
Kill
of...
Trump, baby? Who knows?
Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez.
What? You know what? On Mickey Mouse bombing you people. We're giving you the Nagasaki with the Hiroshima chaser.
What was that on? Was that on YouTube?
That was just on X.
Okay, X is different.
And all their various, places they could potentially have distributed, TikTok, what have you. Huge development when we return. The U.S. is reportedly in talks to unveil a massive pipeline that bypasses the Strait of Hormuz with Syria and Iraq. It would be 500 miles long, and it could be announced in D.C. This comes as Iran continues to attack ships, and we are firing back. Iran would be furious even if this was ever successful. I'd say build it. Right?
Yeah, I mean, it takes power from them.
Now, where's the stories that you had for of the big bombing that happened? Is there bombing that happened?
Yeah, I sent it to you. Resend it, make it easier.
Let me see. Yeah, well, yeah. Was it just one?
Yeah, it was just it was the CBS, and then there was a couple X. I'll resend it to you.
Send them all to me. We'll do it next.
In the Love Sponge monarchy, thou shalt not challenge King Bubba's authority ever.
May, say it, May.
He's not on drugs. He's just weird.
May.
The Bubba the Love Sponge show returns after these words.
Good morning, Black Guy and Cali. I saw your comments. I haven't been able to comment back. Yeah, I don't know that I've ever cared about politics enough to wish death on anybody. Probably certain never have. Craziness.
So much.
It's craziness. Someone's dad, someone's, well, I guess not, he didn't have any children. Someone's son, someone's brother.
Oh, he had no kids?
No, that's one of the room when they said coming out of the closet. That's like the big secret, supposedly, is was he gay or not.
He was married to what, like a little
I don't think,
maybe?
no, that's, Mitch McConnell's married to Elaine Chao.
Oh, that's right. That's
I don't think Lindsay's married or ever been married. The blind spot experience, yes. Sterling Spencer, I know him well. Actually had dinner with him in California before. Great guy. I thought you were trying to suggest a lawyer. I don't really hang out with lawyers. I do know the surfer. What up, Heather Spin instructor?
I mean, did you send me?
I'm sending them all right now.
I have any of them yet?
Yeah, there's one in there, and I got The CBS one coming. CBS one sent. That was the one, yeah, the attacks, another round.
I've been saying for years that we need to get new blood in there. The problem is, who's gonna
I'm seeing if there's anything new from the prep that was sent.
So it's that one,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Do I open up with that one and go to that one?
I would do CBS first, and I'll see. Right now I'm looking.
So
to
what
see
you mean? You're talking about do this one first?
Yes.
Blind spot experience. Pretty funny.
Kind of sets everything up.
I can't watch a whole show. His voice is a little bit so soft, but he's a cool guy, soft spoken.
I gotta piss like so bad. Got 2 minutes.
Jay, did you send your name to Macho and Gary? Your screen name on YouTube?
I believe it.
Abigail or whatever.
Abogado it means lawyer in Spanish.
Abigail.
No, it's not Abigail.
Abigail Diaco.
575.
Abigail Diaco.
Yep.
They want to make sure that you were added as the mod.
Okay.
What's up, Johnny K?
What up, Iggy? It's a little bit tough, Jonesy. I never did that to any of my family that supported Obama. I love him still. I just disagree with his policies. Good morning, Johnny K. Steel Slinger. How you doing?
Just sit there on.
Oh, I see what you're saying. That's interesting. I misunderstood what you were saying, Jonesy. Yeah, that's way over the line. Keep the kids out of it. I agree with you. What's up, Napa Mike? Hope you're well. Keep the kids out of it, right, Jonesy?
Morning, Napa Mike.
There, Merchant.
I guess about 5 minutes ago, Iran put out another little propaganda.
Did they?
Yeah, it's just it's a bomb. So I'm saying it's
His rhetoric slowly sinks into your skull. Corrupting the synapses in your brain, taking control of you. And there's no way to stop it. We now return to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Lum, what happened to my internet? Hold on. Let me see here. Oh, it's no.
It should not be Wi-Fi dependent. It should be directly Ethernetted in.
I know. Hold on here.
There it is.
There it
Boom.
is. But let me go over here.
Refresh.
Let's see if I got a refresh on that. Oh no, Lummy, look what just happened.
Why is it black?
Completely blanked out. And it's now saying your device ran into a problem. You need to restart your entire computer. I can't even move. Let me, if you want to, well, you can't see it. It gives me that.
Block, yeah.
Yeah, it just gives me a complete. Macho, do we have any idea what? Do I have like a computer bug?
You got a gremlin in there.
Something like, because it now does it at all hours of like, at least 3 times a week, and it does it at different hours. Like it's never done it at 8:11 ever.
Yeah, I mean, when I check everything, it's just you've got so much going on with those browsers, man. I mean, every time you open an X, it's the whole X platform opens in that tab. So you're running multiple versions of all the stuff that's going on in that platform.
I know, but even there's really no other way for us to do it. Can we build
Well, we got the Mac Daddy coming.
Will that eliminate this? Is that computer going to be better? Is that computer better than this?
They're saying the way that is written, the OS is written, it should handle this situation better.
Yeah, I mean it's the best computer that is on the market.
Might as well say known to man.
Yeah, it's known to man. Thank you.
So does he have too many boxes open at once, so it's just taking over all the?
Yeah, so like he has multiple Facebooks open, so every Facebook has a chat window in it, blah blah blah, and it just eats up the resources.
I see.
Yeah, but I mean, but it's amazing, Mach, like how I don't have any more open than normal today. I have about my normal amount open, and like I'll go through a complete day.
Well, there's something going on with Windows in general right now. I'm having some glitches back here too. They're doing some kind of updates. Probably the Russians.
Yeah. So right now I'm completely black screened. Now it will give me to its credit, it will give me a restore. You know, it looks like Google Chrome has been somewhat shut down, and would you like to restore all pages? And it'll give me that option here probably in the next 30 seconds. And I'll say, yes, of course. And probably in the next 45 seconds to a minute, I'll have everything back. Right now, it's still thinking. It says master control. I mean, you don't see my right screen.
No, can't see it.
All right. So
the other issue that you have, too, is you'll leave them open for days. And if there's an update for Chrome, it won't do the update.
Okay.
So we need to make a better practice of recycling the.
So see it, Lummy?
Yes.
Now it'll say, so I'll hit restore, and it'll do that, and it'll give it all to me. There you go. So we're back. There we go. We're fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Windows.
Thank you, Windows. Is this the CBS
U.S. trade
deal?
attacks,
Yes.
American forces hitting 140 targets. Now to the war with Iran. The Middle East back on high alert as Iran and the U.S. trade attacks.
I'm just telling you, man, this was the same thing that we heard last week, that they're kind of, mosquito bombing us, that they're just being dicks, and I just don't think it's ever going to end. I think it's going to be a continual Afghanistan-type deal where us Americans just, are immune to what's really happened in Iran, and it just ends up being a very long situation. And I think that's going to be the death of the midterms that's coming up. And I don't know that Trump doesn't he has to get this thing over with. If you get it over with fairly quickly, and I don't think America really cares about how you make it over. Okay, I think that at this point it's going to cause some casualties. We're going to have to bomb and kill some people. We're going to have to, or these people will never give up. And I think we're too far down the line to just pull out and say, okay, that's kind of a bad. We didn't really predict what was going to happen correctly. We thought that they were going to lay down quicker. We didn't know how that these people just don't have any type of give up in their fiber, and they're going to keep fighting us until we do something like Nagasaki or Hiroshima.
Really?
Yeah.
American forces hitting 140
Isn't there like a happy
targets.
median in between, take over Kharg Island and open up the Straits of Hormuz, and we don't have to nuke them, do we?
There is. You know what it is? You tell me, because I don't know. I mean, I think there is, Jay, and you might have a better understanding as to what a happy medium would be, because I said, let's go scorched earth like Nagasaki and Hiroshima, and you're like, that seems a little aggressive. What? And so my question to you is, what's your opinion?
I feel like he did the ceasefire just through the 4th of July, like we said. He didn't want to have an active war going on through the 4th of July so we could celebrate the 4th of July and the 250th. They violated it. So now he's bombing regularly again. And so I think that the way that you win this war is by taking out the remaining military assets of Iran, taking the Straits of Hormuz and saying, we control it, and I don't care about your little John boats. You can get your John boats and cram them right up your A-frame, and then we're going to just blow everything else up that's in the Straits of Hormuz. What's also happened is he just had a NATO summit last week, and all of a sudden now NATO's supporting us a little bit more than they did before. So having this little ceasefire has helped us get people, allies within the Gulf region, the Arab states, as well as now Europe is starting to see these things. And so when they say they want to drop bombs on us, they're showing the world how crazy they are. And I think that we're going to ultimately get a little bit more support. China's not messing with us.
That's why the world will support a little bit more of an aggressiveness, because they see how bat crap crazy these people are.
Because, in the past when this kind of stuff happened, Russia would come in and support. China would come in and support. They'd give them munitions. You don't see that happening right now. China wants this over too. They get, I thought it was like 70% of their oil through the Straits of Hormuz. They want this over. And so I think
Russia supposedly is helping Iran.
They are some, but not in the way they used to, because they're in the middle of the Ukraine war and they don't have the assets they used to have. So I think it's going to take a little more time. I don't think it's going to be over before the midterms.
I don't think that's the winning combination for America or for the Republican Party. The longer this takes, I think the worse it is for the midterms, and there's going to be a bloodbath.
Yeah, but we're all talking like the fast food mentality. Like the Russia-Ukraine war has been going on for over 3 years.
I know.
This has been going on for a few months, and it sucks, and it's too long.
We can't absorb much more of it.
It's 40 years of a maniacal, theocratic government.
I know.
It's overnight. Shipping traffic in the Strait of Hormuz has now slowed to a crawl after Iran said it's closing the critical waterway again. And CBS's Olivia.
And Jay, here's the deal. The Strait of Hormuz was, I talked to Brian Kilmeade about this on Friday. Is it, okay, prior to us starting Epic Fury, right? The Strait of Hormuz was a 29-mile free international waterway. Nobody had to pay anything to navigate through it. You just had to go through it. Well, it didn't become a thing until we started this war with them. And we really, at the first, we didn't really, Strait of Hormuz wasn't even one of our initial things because it wasn't a thing. So, but once we, our three things was to maybe get a new regime in there that doesn't, kill people for protesting or being gay, and to stop their long-range ballistics. We had intel, and they actually blew off a rocket that almost made it to London. So now all of Europe's in play, which is really scary. And then we had found out that they did not get rid of their, enriched uranium-enriched nuclear program. So we wanted to basically, stop the long-range ballistics and make sure that they can never have a nuclear weapon. Then all of a sudden, they're like, okay, that's fine. We're not going to give you either one of them. But we're now controlling the Strait of Hormuz.
They've always kind of controlled the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, they've always really been in control over it.
I know, but they don't think they ever charged people.
No, they haven't. And the government's not going to let them. That's the big talking point on the other side. There's no way the United States government's going to allow Iran to control an international waterway and tax people. It's just not going to happen. Yeah. There's no way he's going to allow that, because that is a big fat L. You lost if that happens.
But that's not happening. That's where all the bombing and all the excursions of all the things that they do to us happens, as they go out and peskily, attack a couple ships out there. That's what they do.
Aldi is at the White House. So Olivia, what's the latest?
Well, good evening, Tom. The U.S. is refuting Iran's claim that the strait is closed. This morning, U.S. Central Command said Iran...
And here we do. We negotiate. Trump says the Strait of Hormuz is wide open. We just escorted 36 ships there yesterday. And then these stinky bastards come back with, it's closed. And we're going to attack you.
But, don't you think the world should help us when we don't even get 10% of our oil from the Straits of Hormuz?
You would think.
Where are you, UN? Where are you, China?
I
mean, it's so the time that's killing you, that bothers you so much, and all of us, is allowing the international community to feel the pain of this is your battle, guys. Remember, he just went to NATO last week and he just scolded Spain like a 12-year-old child. Yeah. He made a joke of them because they didn't do anything. And he said, I'm not happy with you. And so since he took over in 2016, when he went to NATO and they said he's going to destroy NATO, he said to the countries, you must pay 2%. If you don't pay your 2%, we're not going to defend you. Oh, my Lord, I can't do it. Now it's up to 5%. And they've gotten billions and billions and billions of dollars from these other countries to defend themselves. NATO defends themselves. Where are the NATO countries defending America? There is no NATO countries surrounding America.
Traffic is flowing, and the U.S. is prepared to ensure the freedom of navigation. This as strikes continue tonight.
I would just take over Kharg Island. You know what? Sorry.
It should.
But we're going to. What are you guys gonna do about it? Put together some Lego propaganda video?
Exactly.
Please don't bust me up with your Legos, there, buddy. I got a whole bunch of these machines coming your way, buddy.
A violent night in the Middle East. The U.S. attacking Iran by air and launching cruise missiles by sea, with the most strikes in a single night this week. The response came after Central Command said Iran struck a ship in the Strait of Hormuz. A crew member is still missing.
He struck
Secretary
a ship.
Pete Hegseth.
A ship and killed a person, maybe.
Which sucks, but it's a ship in the middle of the strait.
But did
they really control it?
But they shouldn't even have the capabilities of doing that.
I agree.
Had this warning: Iran made a poor choice. Now they pay.
Okay, let's make them pay.
That's right.
Let's stop half-assing on the pay. Let's bring the big boys in here.
Have you noticed that there's something about Trump that people really forget to appreciate? He doesn't like killing people.
No.
He really, really does not like killing people.
But we need to.
Bombed the hell out of them last night. They're very, very evil and sick people.
President Trump told NBC's Meet the...
Can you see the about face, though? Since, like they broke the, I don't know how many times ceasefire, they're no longer reasonable. Remember, this whole thing started out with they're reasonable. I got the right people to talk in. Now he just thinks they're a bunch of, fanatic, stinky bastards like we've known all along. And he's completely changed course that they're bad, they're evil, and they're impossible to deal with.
Press that Iran agreed to a deal yesterday before the attack.
And here's the deal. The American public are tired of hearing how many deals we've cut with these people. Because what are we on, like the 8th deal now?
If that.
Talk about, I feel like I need Howie Mandel playing deal or no deal with these people. Because, we never get a deal with them.
They gave up everything. And then after that, they left the room. And then within an hour, they launched a drone at a ship.
Yeah, so that means that they cannot negotiate in good
faith.
Yeah, they have a deal, and then within an hour, they're launching these drones hitting a ship.
Iran unleashed missiles and drones at Jordan, Kuwait, Bahrain, and Qatar following the U.S. assault, and targeted another ship, leaving control of the strait uncertain. Retired General Frank McKenzie explained on Face the Nation.
Which, by the way, Lummy, and as all this happens, crude futures continue to climb. $74 today. Let's not forget it was,
74 is still cheap.
Yeah, I know, but let's not forget, we need it to be like, like 65, 55. Back in, let me see here. I have it right here, you mother effer. Oh, it went down. Like in December 12th, it was $57 in December.
It was $120 for Joe Biden in 2021 and 2022.
Traffic in the strait is still not freely flowing.
No, it's not right now because we have not deployed all the capabilities that we have to open the strait. We certainly can do that. It would require putting warships up into narrow waters.
May 30th of 2022, it was 117.
Yep.
Now, the highest it's gotten under Trump during Epic Fury was 112 on March 30th.
A consequence of the ambiguity in the strait, the risk of oil prices surging again. The national average for a gallon of gas is up 7 cents since the ceasefire fizzled out. Tom?
And see,
Olivia Rinaldi for us tonight at the White.
And that's what Americans...
I sent you two new things that just came out.
That I might play instead of?
Yeah.
In lieu of?
This one.
Oh, you know
just
what?
Just because
did I sign out of my... Did it sign me out of my gimmick?
Yeah, you are signed out, but they're in there when you sign back in. Hey, there's those two. One of them is what Iran just dropped with their little missile propaganda, and then the other one's an hour ago. Fox News, just talking about what happened overnight.
All right, hold on. So they just dropped one an hour ago?
Fox News did. Yeah, talking about what happened overnight, and then the propaganda from Iran happened about 10 minutes ago.
Is this the which
No,
one? Is
that's the Fox
Bahrain and
News.
Kuwait all took fire. In the back and
You'll
forth
see
with
the
struggle for
propaganda one. It's
control
like 10
over the Strait of
seconds.
Hormuz has Iran once again firing on its neighbors. Jordan, Oman, Bahrain, and Kuwait all
So this just came down this morning on Fox and Friends.
Yeah.
took fire. The Kuwait is saying that border crossings, even an oil rig were hit out there. There's been a lot of social media traffic suggesting that U.S. service members were injured in Kuwait. Those reports are not true. But this follows another round of U.S. strikes inside of Iran. There may be some fresh reporting today about new strikes. The U.S. says everything from missile launching sites to maritime locations that Iran was using to menace shipping in the Straits were hit. Dozens of targets were hit by land-based and sea-based fighter jets. Guided missiles were fired from ships in the area.
See, I feel like, Jay, we have the capabilities of probably hitting the necessary targets to the extent of them having nothing, but I feel like we still kind of just leave, little stragglers here and there, which give them the opportunity to launch up a drone and hit a targeted, cargo ship. We have all these aircraft carriers, all these airplanes. Why don't we just, one night, get them all? Just get them all. We don't have to hit anything that's going to kill any people, but we target all of their drones, all of their missiles, all of their boats, and we tell them, listen, we're not going to go anything that's not associated with the military. But if it's associated with your military in any way, shape, or form, and it can be used against us or the world, it's no longer going to exist as of tomorrow night at midnight.
Yeah, the problem is that a lot of times that Iran puts those kind of things where people are, and so it looks like it's
right. Well,
public.
I'm just sorry. I mean, if you decide to put your new drone operations next to a schoolyard, you might not want to do that.
Yeah, but that's what happened about a year ago when they killed 60? What was it, Jay? The girls' school.
That should be Iran.
Be a drone thing.
That should be an Iran. Iran's the one that moved them over.
Yeah.
This round of airstrikes came after Iran fired on a Cyprus-flagged cargo ship crossing the strait. It was traveling outside of the route designated by Iran and following the route encouraged by the U.S. One sailor is now missing, and the ship was disabled.
So it was following the U.S. recommended route and got smoked.
Trump says Iran triggered this round of violence.
Agreed to a deal yesterday, a perfect deal for us. No nuclear, no this, no that, no nothing. They gave up everything. And then after that, they left the room. And then within an hour, they launched a drone at a ship.
As far as the plot to assassinate President Trump, as relayed by Israeli intelligence, the U.S. Secret Service issued a statement. While we do not confirm or comment on intelligence matters, we consume information on a global level to effectively execute our protective operations.
This is pretty serious. You can't just make these kind of claims. I think it's important for Americans to understand that what the Iranians are saying and doing is nothing that they haven't been doing for 47 years.
Meantime,
well, let's put a stop to it. It's been 47 too many.
20 vessels, upwards of 20 vessels crossed the strait yesterday. That's about half the volume before this latest round of strikes. Oil is now up 3.5% a barrel to $79 a barrel.
And meanwhile, here's what I don't understand, Lummy, is that the oil that is being cargoed or transported through the Strait of Hormuz has nothing to do with the oil that we get to put into our refineries, but yet it affects us tremendously.
Would Dennison gifted 10 membership? Yeah, because China and those people, they pay top dollar then for the U.S. thing. My buddy works for a big-time oil company. He says the amount of exports that they've been doing overseas blows away what we're doing here in the U.S.
So now is this more? This is more propaganda.
This is what they just released. Yeah.
So this is what Iran just released this a matter of minutes ago to scare us or to...
Yeah, it's not Legos this time. It's a missile.
AI missile looks like. Those clouds are
you don't
beautiful.
think it's real?
Those clouds are beautiful.
Yeah, well, where's it going, buddy? Where's it going? Yeah, anybody can blow anything off.
The worst AI video I've ever seen.
This could have been from 1986.
Yeah, get some stock footage.
Have a guy with a newspaper, today's newspaper. Trump, I would show like our baddest ass destroyer with all these with all these airplanes on it and things like that, and send it right back to him. Huge development. The U.S. is now. So this is the pipeline situation.
Yeah, this is hopefully cutting them out of the whole entire
Tel
thing.
Aviv, Mike.
And, John, we're tracking down reports of fresh explosions inside of Iran. What we've got coming through the Reuters news agency is that missile launching capability in Iran, I should say, was hit. The area the explosions are reported is Kharg Island and Bandar Abbas. That is to the northwest side of the Strait of Hormuz. And all of this follows a fresh round of airstrikes that are confirmed there is confirmed by the U.S. Central Command. The U.S. says sea-based and land-based fighter jets, as well as drones and munitions fired from ships, were all used in the attack. The U.S. says the targets included missile, drone sites, naval capabilities, and sites used for surveillance. 140 targets were hit in last night's round of strikes. That latest round of strikes was triggered by Iran firing on another commercial ship crossing the Strait of Hormuz. A ship flagged out of Cyprus was hit. There was a fire on board and damage to the engine room. At last report,
I honest to God, I have to go to words, but I think that this is going to be over by the end of this week.
It's going to be over.
I think Trump's over it. I think Trump is like, I'm done. I'm going to do whatever I need to do to make them, not capable of fighting back. Boom, and we start withdrawing.
Yeah, and then that would be that new pipeline,
and that would be a win. That would be a W for him. That would be an absolute W for him. Back when we return.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
We lost 153 in Iraq, and we lost 51 in Afghanistan.
Hey, Lummy.
It's the most efficient war ever.
Yes, sir.
So.
Morning, everybody.
We did get one on the 10th.
Okay. It may come tomorrow then.
Do you know the one that came on the 10th who that was from?
Yeah.
And then GPZ, they're good.
Okay. And then so that one is we'll probably see it tomorrow. They did it this morning.
Okay, we'll talk about it privately.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Tell open up the garage door.
Okay. It just was raining too, so.
We talked about the open border the last 4 years. Take a look at this data. CBP sources telling Fox News potential threats to the homeland. U.S.-based to enter our country. Potential. Let me tell you, it's all about the white culture. This and I love about.
What's Scottie Pippen talking about? Michael Jordan, he talking smack about Jordan?
He was talking about how Michael Jordan never had to tell you how he was the greatest. LeBron James has to tell you that he's the greatest, but Michael Jordan never once had to tell you that, which is true.
It is.
Michael Jordan never said, I'm the greatest basketball player ever. Here, I'll play that early on.
Yeah, and then he just would come up and show up and beat you on the court.
Right, he'd just come over and drop 42 on you, and then you just fucking do. Okay, I just got fucking handed the greatest. All right,
Or people are saying Michael Jordan is the greatest player.
What up, Glenn Longnecker? Good morning.
When did you hop?
Did she? Angel Reese said she's a Michael Jordan of the WNBA.
No way.
I mean, I would love to. Did she really say that, Dirt Merchant? Or are you just making that up? It's pretty funny. She's only been in the league like 4 years, right?
Yeah, 3.
I mean,
her and Caitlin Clark came in the same time.
Yeah, put in 18 years, like 7 world championships.
I'm going to break at 50.
Okay.
That will be break.
We'll put it at 6.
That's pretty funny.
That should put us at 6.
She's amazing.
We don't have a
That's
break counter yet.
That's pretty bold. What up, Jeff Schwartz? 8900.
Tell me what break this is.
Jordan also never talked about people's politics because he said both sides liked to buy sneakers.
That's right.
LeBron's always so freaking woke.
Ask him about China.
Oh, God.
What's up, DMS?
You can't self-proclaim yourself as the GOAT or give yourself...
Mommy, when
a cool
Lana gets here,
nickname.
tell her about the hot mic.
Will do.
You know, you can't nickname yourself. Dan tried that once.
What did you try to nickname himself?
The Tiger. La Tigra. Boy, did we have a fun with that one.
What?
That's when the... what the hell was it? The unicorn came.
Try to nickname himself La Tiger.
The Tiger. It didn't work. Bubba shut it down quickly.
Wait, did he say La?
Not La. It's just he sent the Tiger emoji.
Oh, Dan?
Yeah,
he tried to be the
Jimmy,
Tiger.
Steven, and Bubba.
And I said, no, Dan.
And a unicorn came very quickly, and that's what
See,
he got.
Dan, Jay, and Steve had this little thing where I'll put a cobra.
Crystal Harley-Davidson in Homosassa has the hottest deals this summer. Tell a Bubba Army and get a free helmet with any new motorcycle purchase. Wear any Bubba Army gear when you're at the store and score an extra surprise HD swag bag Monday through Friday. Take a test ride and grab a free summer swag bag loaded with mystery items, hats, t-shirts, koozies, challenge coins, and more. Or jump into the payment swap event. Trade your car, truck, boat, RV, or anything with a payment and ride home on a Harley. Stop by Crystal Harley-Davidson today. Your next adventure is waiting. You can always check him out online at crystalharley.com.
This guy's playing hardball.
Human misery has never sounded so good.
My life is over and I'm going to wind up working at Red Lobster.
We're back to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
We'll have Lana Turner on. I think I'm going to break at 50, Lummy, which should put us about... I think she just may have pulled in.
Okay.
So, so maybe Macho maybe be looking for her. Have her sit down maybe in your little area there. We don't really have a green room now. I mean, we think we should make a little green room in the garage maybe.
Well, I mean, you know, they can do what they need to do out there.
It's a little bit. It's kind of roughing it a little bit out there.
She can sit on Macho's lap.
Yeah.
Yeah, they can hang out with Macho, get some workout techniques.
So anyway, I think Lana's here. I'm going to try to do a couple stories here and then break at about 50. Come back with Lana closer to the top of the hour. Go 45 with her, straight 45, promoting her documentary. And I think it's part of the Sarasota Film Festival this weekend. I don't know if she's doing any gigs, any stand-up gigs or not, but we'll quickly find out. I watched the documentary that I think they've been shooting for 20-plus years. And it was really good. It was really good.
Is it up there with Video Killed the Radio Star?
Yeah, it might be better.
Oh,
it's pretty damn good.
I'm definitely going to watch it.
Oh yeah, I'll give you all the information on it here momentarily. Now I love this. I guess LeBron has throughout his career a few different times had to tell people that he's the GOAT. LeBron has self-proclaimed himself to be the GOAT, and Scottie Pippen has a little bit of an opinion, and I would say definitely an expert opinion as to LeBron self-proclaiming himself to be the GOAT.
My problem is more so with LeBron. If you are the greatest player, if people are saying you are the greatest player, or if people are saying Michael Jordan is the greatest player, why do you need to say it?
Right.
Michael Jordan has never, ever said he's the greatest player to ever play the game.
And I have never heard those words out of Michael Jordan's mouth.
Nope.
Ever.
Why? He's respected all the other players before him. So for LeBron to say that, he's sort of pulling himself out of it, because you can't say you're the greatest player. You have to allow your peers in the world to say that. My problem.
I don't think Tom Brady ever proclaimed himself to be the GOAT.
No.
But
No.
everybody says Tom Brady's the GOAT, right?
That's correct.
So UFC 2, was it UFC 2?
I think there were threes, right?
229.
229.
329. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. 329.
A lot of them.
UFC 329 took place this Saturday night. The big marquee matchup was, of course, involving Conor McGregor. I think he was fighting a guy that he lost to, or maybe 13 years ago or something. Max Holloway.
He was looking for a payday.
Max Holloway.
Yeah.
And by the way, McGregor ended up being, I think, a little bit of a dog on the deal, meaning an underdog. And now there's all this speculation that he pulled up lame, and that Dana White and UFC were informed of this knee situation, and they allowed, because the money was, the betting line and the amount of money that had been bet was just unbelievably massive. And you know, I think UFC was on the right side of the bet line, whatever that may or may not be. And so literally, here's the scuttlebutt happening before the event, one of which was Sophie Cunningham, teammate of Caitlin Clark, Indiana Fever. She was at the event. Was this in Vegas, Lummy?
Yes.
And so she was at the event, and she saw Dana White, and I guess she saw the ring girls that come out and do the ring cards, and she said, "Hey, I want to do that." And so Dana White was asked, "When did you?" Well, here it's pretty self-explanatory, and it's pretty funny. Here we go.
When did you hire Sophie Cunningham as a ring card girl?
Why did I do it?
When did you hire her?
About 8 minutes before she did it. I love Sophie Cunningham. We've created a relationship, and she was here tonight. And when she walked in, she goes, "Oh, I want to walk around that." I said, "Then you're going to walk around it."
I love him.
I really do, and we've had him on so many times.
What a boss!
He's so gracious. So it looks like the readers have put some of this in context, but this guy named Josh on air has UFC credentials. He says, "My UFC credentials have already been revoked, so I have nothing to lose." Here's the truth. Conor and team informed Dana earlier this week that they had a knee issue. Dana told them the show must go on, no refunds. Because of the financial implications, McGregor was forced to try. People inside the people aware that McGregor was compromised, and that's why the betting line moved significantly prior to workouts. Lummy, did the betting line move tremendously?
Yeah, I'm trying to find a chart where it shows how it moved.
But since in excess of 80% of the bets and the money legally wagered were on McGregor, this allowed the UFC sportsbook partners to win tens of millions in profit, unsuspecting and uninformed customers not knowing of potentially the injury. So are you getting me this is
trying to find a chart, but yeah, I mean, because it started, the opening was minus 550 for Max Holloway to win. Florida Stanley with 1,000 Vietnam dams or whatever. I think it's $100. So
hold on, this guy gave us $1 million.
Florida Stanley.
Florida Stan gave us like $1 million baht. Or like a whatever Vietnam currency is, he gave us $1 million of, which might be 62 cents for all I know. It's probably quite significant. Maybe Florida Stanley, if you could give us the conversion rate, we can be far more appreciative.
But it went from 550
So
leading up to
McGregor a dog at 550.
No, McGregor was plus 420. Max Holloway was minus 550 to win.
No, but isn't the plus usually the
underdog?
The plus is the underdog.
Yeah, because you win money if you put it on the underdog.
So McGregor was what?
Plus 420.
So McGregor was the dog.
Yes.
Right?
And then it went all the way down to plus 165 right before the fight. So people started betting more towards McGregor. Correct. And so that's why they didn't want to switch it up.
Here is McGregor walking into a pain management company just a week prior.
Limping.
Kind of a little limp.
He ain't running.
Don't you think if they were really trying to hide it, they would have maybe done it like a back door kind of deal?
I don't really know that they knew anybody was really following him through the week. This is him after you make that walk down the locker room.
You know how he does that little thing normally where he swings his arms and legs like he does?
Yeah. And then this is right before the officials. They put grease on your face. They check your mouthpiece. They check your fingernails. They make sure you got a cup on your balls. And then they let you go in. And so you can see here as he's flipping off his flip-flops that he has a little bit of a. Now maybe this just happened and it's coincidental, or maybe it shows that his knee was weak. But he does have a little hiccup here.
The octagon in the inspection zone.
Yeah, see, I don't know what knee it was. So let me keep that up. And then this is the actual incident, Jay. So we'll be able to see what leg it was and then go back to what we just played, okay? Here we go.
Steps forward. Watch this.
It's his right knee. It's his right knee.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, here it goes. So he goes to take like a big run, and then he goes to plant all of his weight on that right knee. And then that's where it buckles. I think, does he tear his ACL? What's the official prognosis?
The ACL. They're saying it's an ACL tear.
So here we go.
Now watch his right leg. He steps on it, and right there.
Oh.
Yep. You can see it already.
Right
You
there.
can see it in his face.
Now, whether it was already, compromised
tweaked,
or it was perfectly intact, we'll never know. But it looks like there's an actual
into it, Lummy.
Yeah, 69 seconds.
He blew his right knee out. Steps forward.
Max Holloway didn't want to beat him either. You can see him looking up. He was being an ultimate gentleman.
Max Holloway was being
right leg.
So, was that after he had gotten back up?
Yeah, that was. He kept trying. I mean, give him credit for that. At least.
Yeah, there were like three. He took like 3 attempts. The first one you saw where the knee buckled, and then he tried again and he fell, and then he fell in a punch.
So here's the right knee. Look at the right knee.
Inspection zone.
Oh, he's not. He's favoring it. That's what they're saying. Now look at accuracy. Look at, does he want to put weight on it, Bubba? When he takes the shoe off the right leg, look at the way he's favoring it. Watch here.
Yeah, he doesn't want to transfer initial weight on it.
See that I didn't notice that before. It looks like, I mean, whether that means anything, but it looks like he's trying to avoid putting weight on the right leg.
I think I agree.
Mm-hmm.
I think I really agree. So anyway, the McGregor-Holloway fight lasted 1:09. Are they coming back with another one, or is he done?
No, they're saying McGregor's probably done.
Yeah, I mean that's usually, I think by NFL standards, what, a 12-month rehabilitative or 10-month rehabilitative process?
Yeah, it depends on how bad the tear was. But,
yeah.
I mean, he's what, 30?
He's done. He's made 38? Enough money. I wonder what his guarantee was for that, just to show up and, with a right ACL Willie. Like, I bet you, what do you think? You probably make $25 million just to show up?
Boy, you're smart, Bubba. 9 to 12 month recovery.
Jeez. Thank you, my friend.
You always know that stuff. It's unbelievable.
At least 15 million.
You got 15 million?
I said at least 15
million. Just because,
million.
Jay, not because I'm smart, just because I've been through so many of these that I just retain it.
Yeah.
I just retain the number. Yeah.
So it says 15 before under the bonuses. So if he just got the 15 million, that means he made 217,000 a second.
Yeah. So anyway, let's have Lana. I'm going to do some words, and we'll have her ready to go.
Okay.
and we can take her about 40, 45 minutes.
Okay.
I think that this thing premiered on April 28th. I watched it in its entirety last night after some Bubba Boomer type non-technical skills. I'm sure she's probably pretty mad at me, but I learned a lot, and I guess you can watch it on YouTube. Lana will tell us every place that you'll be able to find it, and I think it's going to be featured at the Sarasota Film Festival this weekend. So we'll do that, play the trailer. I got a ton of questions next.
Let's all take a moment.
Remember, this show is about words, not actions.
Okay, there is a God.
More of the Bubba the Love Sponge Show after this.
Is Lana coming in?
Yeah, here.
All right. Let me go say hi to her real fast. We got to probably think of like a green room concept, don't we? Is Lana coming in?
Over here.
Hey, Lana.
Hi.
Sorry for being such a fucking boomer yesterday.
What do
and
you mean?
not being able to figure out how to turn the motherfucker on.
Oh, I was like, how did you ever record a porn?
That's the best. That's the best cut ever. How did you record a porn if you can't even turn on my mirror screening? I think the problem was I was trying to send it to Erica, and it's IP specific.
Oh.
And so I think it wouldn't. So as soon as I got off my lazy ass and decided to do it on my phone, it fucking worked perfect. But when I gave it to her. So they probably do that so you don't pirate it.
Yeah, I have it locked down.
Yeah.
tight.
So
yeah.
she was. So I'm drunk and a little bit high yesterday, and so I'm like, if you can't get it, you can't get it. You know, whatever. I'll just watch the trailer. And she's like, no, I want to watch it. I really want to watch it. Oh, she was really touched by it. She was really touched by it.
Oh.
And she got really. I'm gonna talk about this on the air. She got really mad when you guys were all sitting at the fucking table.
Yeah.
And
triggering.
his manager ganged up on you.
Yeah.
And tried to tell you how to be a fucking woman. And she was like, oh, fuck. Like, we were pulling for Ralphie until then. Until then, we're kind of pulling for Ralphie. And then at that point, I'm like, man, fucking Ralphie wouldn't even say, like, he let his manager fucking do the talking.
He was stoned, though, you know.
Well, I know
like,
that, but
yeah.
still, like, you know. Like,
yeah, no, not cool.
so,
yeah.
but that's kind of the flipping point for me, and I'm going to talk about it on the air,
Okay.
where I was kind of pulling for Ralphie, but then I'm like, fuck, Ralphie, you're so fucked up. Your wife is sitting here trying to tell you, we got to fix some shit.
Yeah.
And you got your fucking homeboy talking for you.
That scene is like strangely become a huge. I mean, not strangely. It's just it surprised me how much of a talking point that's been at the Q&As for the film.
It's
Everybody.
the flip. You probably don't even know it, but it's kind of it's where everything flips.
Interesting.
Because prior to that, you know, you feel sorry for Ralph. It's really endearing. You know, it shows like one of the most coolest parts is when he's driving you he changes. When he's driving you for April and your water's breaking, and he was so full of life and so happy and so like such a different person. And then when he meets the trainer and that's where he flips. Like he's like, you know, and then that was part of the flipping process, having a manager with his meeting that set him up to act the way he did. That's when his behavior started getting worse, I thought.
Interesting. Yeah, no, I mean, the intention is never to not like him, but it's, yeah, I mean,
No, but like, as a viewer.
Yeah.
See, you can't look at it.
I love, everybody has their own, like,
Yeah.
it's really been amazing to
see everybody's insight on how they consumed it.
Yeah.
You know, like what their opinion is.
Because there's so many oh shit moments in the film.
I did cry at the very end when he brought, because his life had imploded. It's fucking done.
I was really sad when you were in bed, and you said, "I want your documentaries are supposed to end bad, but I really want." And then he has a note to August about what I want to tell my kid, and then you wouldn't think at that point, and then he brings all you guys out, and that was a brilliant ending because the kids were there, Yeah. So that was pretty cool.
But you cried.
At the end, I did. At the end, I did because I was just like, oh shit.
I love it. Not that I mean, I just we worked so hard on it, and I know people are crying and laughing. So yeah.
Well, and
hi Jay.
this is
Lana.
Jay.
Nice
Here we
to
go.
meet you.
Jay's a lawyer.
But please don't hold that against me.
What are you doing here? No, I'm just kidding. You're here. You've got a lot to. Actually, you have a lot of work to do here.
I do. Been busy for a lot of years.
So hot.
Guys, your wife is hot. With soaringly high summer temperatures, it's time to get her a box. Watch romantic movies, thrilling series, shows to set the mood, baseball, soccer, racing, and the fights for you to enjoy too. All the programming Get a Box is famous for in crystal clear HD. It's so easy to set up, even your buddy with a VCR can hook it up. You know what else is too hot? That cable bill. It has more junk fees than a used car lot. This summer is the right time to enjoy a box. Today, with promo code Bubba, you can get $25 off any box. Go to getabox.com, promo code Bubba for your box today. Getabox.com.
Stay inside with your hot wife and never pay for TV again.
Broadcasting live
Filthy bastard!
from the den of sin. Just leave your morals at the door.
Yeah!
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Lana Turner here today, and I wanted to have at least a good straight, uninterrupted, 35, 40, 45 minutes with Lana, long form, so that we could, dive into, it's called Come With May.
Come what?
I'm sorry, Come What May. I'm stupid. Is her mic on? Let me.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
there we go.
Hi.
And hi, Lana. How you doing?
Hello. Good.
Welcome to our new studios.
This is nice.
And it's not as conveniently located, but it's we're not paying absorbent warehouse prices, and we've scaled down because we're empty nesters. There's not a lot of us left, so we're empty nesters. We don't need that big house anymore. We just need a little condo.
Oh, it's better. You've got goats and.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's awesome.
So, and it's my understanding that you actually come to this area a lot because your parents still live in the Sarasota area.
Yeah, no, that's the reason why I chose Sarasota to screen the film, so that my parents could walk to the screening.
So let's talk about that and the fact that I think the your documentary came out in April 28th or so.
It premiered. It's only doing theatrical, only going to different theaters in different parts of the country for a short amount of time.
And then are you going to open it up otherwise, through distribution through maybe Tubi or Netflix?
I'm figuring it out. I've never done this before, but yes, that will happen. Yeah.
I had a documentary, Video Killed the Radio Star, and I need to send you a link to it. And it we distributed through Amazon Prime and Apple TV. And my Lord, the politics and the things. Well, you probably know because you've completed this, and it probably had to get entertainment lawyers to clear it and copyright infringements. And I mean, people don't realize how hard it is to really publish a documentary because all of Hollywood overthinks everything and thinks the worst.
Yeah, it took me almost a decade to finish it properly. So yeah, sitting with a lawyer, it takes forever. Yeah, you have to get insurance. You have to make sure what you have is either licensed or fair use. It's
and here's the deal: you getting insurance is a lot easier than Bubba the Love Sponge that's talking about a sex tape of one of the world's most popular people in the world. That guy doesn't want to insure me, but here you are in first person talking about your experiences with your husband. So that's probably easier to insure than my nonsense.
Yeah,
exposés
I don't know.
are tough though, aren't they? To just get the approval.
Which
It's not really an expose, like a documentary that really shows all the layers of somebody. It's got to be hard to get all the lawyers to say yes to it.
It took a lot of time. Yeah. I don't know about, I mean, like sex tape stuff.
Oh, that's
definitely.
bad. That's really
yeah.
bad.
That's more. That's more difficult.
That's definitely more.
But so Lana Turner in the studio now. She's the widow of Ralphie May. A lot of people don't realize is they never officially divorced. Am I correct, Lana?
Never. Yeah, we were in the midst of trying to figure that out, and that was painful. But woo, good time. So yeah.
And a lot of people don't realize is that everybody automatically assumed you divorced him. But a lot of people, I mean, the film depicts, and listen, I've had you on 3 or 4 times. I don't know that have you been on post Ralphie not being with us? Have you been on since his death?
Yeah.
Yeah. In 18, I think.
Yeah.
I think you were on about a year after he had passed.
Yeah, then I think a couple years ago too, right?
Yeah. I've been through a couple of times.
But I don't know that we ever talked about who filed on who. And so when I'm watching the documentary last night, and he served you with papers, and see, all throughout the documentary, you can see you getting more frustrated. And so I think if you were to ask a person who has not watched this in its entirety, maybe even watched it up till, the like 3/4 of it, you would say, so I'm not going to tell you who, but who do you think filed on who? I think 90% of people would say, oh, she filed on him. She was so over his nonsense.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think I don't blame people for assuming the worst about me because they don't know that I was with him for so long. And I mean, if I see like a super fat dude with a thin girl, people make assumptions that she's with him for things, or like old, young. If I see like an old dude with a girl that's like,
look at Bubba and Rick.
Hold on, I actually watched a little bit of this and be like, there's a little bit of this about me. This is a little bit about me. I mean, like I got a little Ralphie May life in me a little bit where I'm a fat guy who always has been attracted to really hot, thin chicks, and there's a little bit, although I don't plan on self-destructing like Ralphie, and I'm not saying that disrespectfully, but, I think Ralphie was his own enemy. I think there's a point where I think right when you guys got married and, when he started wearing the red leather jacket, I think he was at that point working on his weight, was he not?
You mean that orange jacket?
Yeah, that he wore on stage and was part of the bus rap.
I brought it here today for you.
Oh, is that? Yes.
Yeah.
Wow.
Because I've been bringing it. So one of the things about Ralphie is he always took pictures with his fans, and so we've been bringing it to the screening. So I thought you might enjoy trying it on.
Oh, I will try it on here.
Yeah.
Then I can gauge how fat I am.
Yeah,
I'll do that here momentarily.
Okay.
Yeah.
It'll still swim on you.
but I thought that he was, kind of getting a grip on things in that era of him wearing that jacket, because that was like a 2-year era that he wore that jacket, and it was on his bus wrap and things like that. And you know more than I do. At the point of where he was wearing the orange jacket, was he trying? And his weight struggles were always. He was trying to be better for you and the kids. That's the way the documentary comes across.
I mean, I don't know, and I mean, I think when he really went south is the point in the film where he started taking the opioids when he had the pulmonary embolisms. That was actually in Tampa.
Right.
That was here when he had the embolisms.
The first time when they had to carry him off a ship.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So he was here, and then he had to stay in Florida for a couple months. And so, yeah, that was when I think it really went south for him.
So let me, if it's okay, can I play the trailer?
Yeah.
Right. This really is a really well done trailer.
Thank you.
It's 2 minutes and 14, and it kind of gives you the overall as to the theme of this documentary that's very limited. Now, Lana, where can people find it if they don't go to a specific theater that's playing it, or is it available for public consumption?
So that's what the fun part is right now, is I'm going to get it out eventually, so I need people to sign up either on social media, because I'll be updating there, or you can sign up on the film's website. There's comewhatmayfilm.com where you can get email updates. But if you're on my social media or Ralphie's social media, we're going to be yelling about it.
Probably the easiest way would be to follow Lana's Facebook.
Yeah, Facebook or Instagram or any of it. Yeah.
Lummy, do you remember who the person that got us doing Facebook stuff was?
Yes, it was her.
You, Lana.
Did I get you on
Yes.
Facebook?
So
I would
listen.
say
Yeah, because we had a
5 years
conversation
ago.
about that. Yeah.
We were walking
Yeah, that's
out of the
what I was saying,
studios, and I can remember exactly where we were. We're right there at the bathroom and getting ready to make the turn to go outside. And Lana goes, "Why don't you put any content on Facebook?" And I'm like, "Well, Facebook. I mean,
Well, we had a negative person also.
Yeah,
in
like
our ear.
Facebook. I mean, what's it gonna do?" And
Right.
she's like, "I'm telling you, Bubba, I do well on Facebook, and you put exclusive or you put the same. You don't put a." I'm like, "Well, we put links," and she's like, "No. You gotta let it live on Facebook."
Smart, very smart.
And I'll give in any time that anybody asks me. And let me, I've given that information, like my buddy Kenny Schrader, the racer,
Yes.
Matt Cox, all these people that always thought that Facebook was like a throwaway. Lana Turner, in like 2020, the last time I had her on, she kind of like, "Listen, bud, your Facebook could be quite significant if you did it correctly, and you're not doing it right." I'm like, okay.
Well, 40 to 60-year-olds consume their information on Facebook.
Yeah,
that's just the way it works.
We figured
it's a
that
whole
out because
demographic.
I think when you told us about it, we were on Facebook. We were at like 102,000, and now we're at what, Bubba? 260, 270,
No,
280.
Getting ready to hit 280.
Yeah.
280,000.
So-
Nice.
It's all because of Lana Turner.
Hey.
I feel like I should be giving her like a little, SAG after a check or
You
something
know,
like that.
I'll take it.
You're open for it.
Yeah, you just get people to watch this movie. That's perfect.
So here it is, and this is just so well done. It's so well done, Lana, and I don't know that people will ever appreciate that this starts. I mean, the footage just wasn't when Ralphie was the last couple years of his life and the wheels had come off and he's, on pills and not really much of a family man. And I don't say that disrespectfully because that's what the documentary shows. It doesn't just pick up with that. Lana had been recording, and Ralphie and her had been recording, like going back to like the first couple days that they met. Like the first couple, and Ralphie goes on and said that, every 9th, they met on, was it January 9th?
I think so.
They met on January 9th in a Houston comedy club. And Ralphie was kind of a dick to her and said, "Are you actually funny? And can you play that guitar?" Like Ralphie being cynical. And she was a little bit starstruck, a little bit like, "Oh my God." And
I don't know if I was starstruck. When I met him, he wasn't. I didn't even know he was a comic.
Right.
Yeah. But he was.
But he had the swag.
Yeah. I mean, he was. No, to be honest, like the first time I met him, I was like, "Who's this asshole?" Like that was really my thought. And then he's just so funny after that.
So was one of the attractions, Lana, as you were a brand new, trying to be a stand-up comedian with your little song stuff, and I think your dad actually moved from Canada to Houston because he worked with Exxon.
Yeah, I mean, I never thought I'd be a comic, but like when I started doing stand-up, I just love stand-up so much. Like that's still to this day all I want to do. But when it came to Ralphie, we became friends, and I didn't see him as somebody I would date, but when
you would see a stand-up, you'd be like, "God, this guy's good."
Oh, he's hilarious. And then I got to know him actually over the phone because he was going
on
between.
Tour.
Well, he was going not really. He was just living in LA and coming back to Houston back and forth a lot. So I would see him when he would come back to Houston, and we would hang out. And then when you go back to LA, we talk on the phone. So I got to know him. And it didn't really have anything to do with his size.
Right.
It just was who he was, and he was funny. He would always make me laugh.
Here we go.
You tell my story, be honest, good and bad. I'm a very flawed and imperfect man.
You know who you came to see. Listen, Ralphie May. From Houston, Texas, Ralphie May. Ralphie May.
You can't see this about that person and that about this person. The last group left is fat people. We're it. We're the last ones left.
He was a common man with uncommon abilities and insights.
I want to go back in time, find the guy who invented carrot cake and punch him in his face.
He knew how to tap your soul to make you be like, okay, it's gonna be all right.
I was born in Tennessee, raised in Arkansas, and moved to Texas when I was 18. I'm Southern. I'm my own cousin. Okay.
Boom. It was just detonation. It was really.
By the way, I thought Jay Moore was so gracious.
Oh, he's the best.
And he just did so well, and he just was so. He was kind of some of the glue that kept the whole thing moving along nicely.
Dude, I don't think we could have done this film if it wasn't for Jay. Like, I give Jay every props.
He just did such a great job.
Yeah, he's so good. And Ralphie's. I mean, he really. You wouldn't know who Ralphie was if it wasn't for Jay Moore.
Right.
So,
Jay Moore took Ralphie kind of under his wing, kind of expedited him through the last comic standing through NBC.
Yep.
Stood up from him when NBC was like, listen, he's too fat and unsightly. Jay was there the entire time. Now, Jay was just coming off of Jerry Maguire at the time, I think, and was really, really on a hot streak. And so they listened, NBC listened to Jay Moore, and that probably has a lot to do with Ralphie's early success, is Jay kind of helping him.
Well, and Jay was fighting for Ralphie even before last comic. He just
loved him.
Yeah, and I know without Jay, I don't think we would. And Jay did that interview, I think, like maybe 8 weeks post rehab.
Right.
So yeah.
Only pin on a grenade every night.
I've lost like 270 pounds the last 2 years. Don't clap. It's not a real accomplishment. You lose a whole fat man and you're still fat as hell. I had gastric bypass surgery. I asked her again to marry me.
He lifted up his shirt and he said, I got gutted like a catfish. I want to be here with you. I don't know what else I can say.
I had a lot of trauma when I was growing up, and then I started masking that with weed and food.
His pain was directed towards himself.
Time to tell myself the truth. I'm a food addict.
He said he was off of pills, and he did a great job of hiding them from me.
Daddy, please pick up the phone. Please call back, Daddy.
By the way, I'm not trying to be creepy or nothing, but your kids are absolutely adorable, and they make this too. They're so funny, like especially August. He's just now I know he's 17. Has he gotten is he pretty witty and smarty and like funny in August? Because he comes across very funny as a kid.
He's hilarious. I don't know what was creepy about what you said, though.
No, I mean when a guy says, "Hey, I adore your kids," or you don't know the trolls world that we live in. Be like, "Oh my God, Bubba told Lana Turner that he adored his kids. He wants to sleep with both of them."
Ew.
I mean, no, that's the world we live in, Lana.
Oh yeah. No, he's that's just like. So gross that he's 17 and he's hilarious
but he's hilarious and here as like a 5, 6, 7-year-old and one time he tells his dad, "I'm canceling you, buddy."
Yeah.
Because his dad wouldn't video him back. He's like, "I'm canceling you. It's the end of the earth."
Yeah, no,
he's funny as hell.
He is so dang funny. I know, and they're just. I think they're like the most adorable. So like as a parent, I hate that they're in this film. It's one of the reasons why I'm really glad it took so long to finish it, because I don't wish this on anybody to have their kids be in a film
But at least they're adults now where they can consume it as adults.
Yeah.
Rather than them consuming it when they're little kids would be a way different, a thing than, like your youngest, August, is, soon to be 18.
Yeah.
So he gets it. They get it.
Yeah. And I think it's a really good thing for them to understand what happened during that period of their lives, because they can see it. Hopefully they don't have problems with addiction and, because it's a family thing. But
it was so funny to watch, like Ralphie would be holed up in his tour bus and you guys, the whole family, would be just regulated to that very front part, but they would find little games to play and they would entertain themselves, and Ralphie was not present and he slept all day, but they would still entertain themselves and be good kids.
Yeah, I tried to make those trips a lot of fun for them when we would go places, but they definitely would have wanted their dad.
They were really great kids in the film, and I'm glad to know that August is soon to be 18. I'm glad to know that. Now,
then you can talk about him.
Well,
legally, Bubba.
Well, listen, anybody that watches this film, they'll be like, "Listen, man, one of the breakout stars are her children, because they're so cool and they adapt and they in the midst of having a father that's not that present and is kind of living a rock star life and doing some bad stuff, they adapt well, and it probably goes back to how good of a mom you are, because it just that's otherwise they didn't have really necessarily the nurturing and bring upness that they did with you. So
is entertainment in their blood? Does either one of them want to do stand up or comedy?
I don't know. I could see it, but they're both really funny, but April, she's pretty smart because she actually with the tour she put together a poetry book. It's called To Squish a Bug, and she put it up on Amazon so I can promote for her.
Oh, okay.
Cool. But yeah, and it's about grief, and it's really sweet.
Now, how old is April now?
She is 18, and she's going to college in the fall, which is nuts. Look at her; she's a baby in this thing.
Now, where's home base for you guys?
Oh, we live in Los Angeles.
You live in Los Angeles.
Yeah. Still, I managed to stay in that house.
Isn't it so expensive though?
Congratulations, that's not an easy task.
No, I mean, yeah, like the fact that I was even able to like afford to finish this film, keep the kids on the rails, and yeah, it was pretty daunting after he died.
You yourself be able to try to go out and make a living, right? I mean,
yeah. Well, I just want to get back to going on the road doing stand-up eventually. When the kids are almost out, it's hard to do that with raising kids. Like any mom, any woman raising kids it's hard for them to get their careers going.
Mid-conversation, and he's just...
I like how you stopped me off when I'm talking about women and careers, Bubba. That was perfect timing.
He lost his attention.
It's like, went back to this
I've been doing this a while. You've had enough yapping over there. Let's get back to the movie.
Shut up, woman.
Let's get back to what we're promoting here instead of your I am a woman, hear me war. Here we go.
I love stand-up. It's fantastic. It's the greatest job, but I don't have a normal life.
He was very kind. He was very generous. He was a great person. And he loved to make people laugh.
A lot of comedians want to be TV stars. I just wanted to be a great comedian.
How many people in this world can legit make you lose yourself in laughter?
Ralphie was larger than life. He never did anything with subtlety. Everything was big. He spread a lot of laughter and a lot of joy.
Hey, my name is Ralphie May. Y'all been great. Thank you so much.
So, Come What May is the documentary. Is it going to debut, or is it going to be? It's going to be shown part of the Sarasota Film Fest, I think Saturday night, right?
Yeah. So we're screening one night only on Friday, the 17th this week, and then I've got a few more coming up. I have a little bit of a break now where I want to try and figure out the distribution because I'm trying to do like a video on demand release in October. That's my goal. I don't know. I don't have a firm plan yet, so don't quote me on that.
Do you need my guys that help me do it? Because
I'd love to talk to them. I'm open to talking to anyone right now.
We got distributed through Apple and through Amazon Prime, and then we're getting ready to be on Tubi, which is free, and then it's called an AVOD.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, so we'll be on an AVOD, which means it's free, and you participate in the advertising.
So, yeah, you're finished your TVOD.
Yes.
Yeah, and then you got your AVOD, and then your SVOD. I've had to learn all that, yeah.
You can see you and I have a little,
a whole new language of acronyms.
Inside language. Right. Inside language. So let's dive into the documentary a little bit so I can get people up to speed on this and as to why they want to definitely go to Lana Turner's Facebook, and I think it's Lana Turner, right? Facebook.com/ it's just really easy, Lana Turner. Mm-hmm. And she will have information on how you can get Come What May. It's about 2 hours and 9 minutes long, I think, something like that. 2:14. No, is it 2:09?
It's like 2:11 or something. It's like right in there. Yeah. It's like it could be two parts too, the way that we cut it, but it's
we just took ours and made it a 3-parter on Tubi. So it could be a 2-parter, but I think there's not a lot. Like, I watch my documentary and I can see obvious points that we could have cut out to make it shorter, but I don't think there's really any big time edits that I would make on yours. I think everything was so chronologically put in place brilliantly that I don't think I would I can't think of any part of what I watched yesterday that I would take out.
I tried to whittle it down because, you go to like these, you want to go to like festivals and it has to be 90 minutes to fit into the festival programming. And that's one of the reasons why I was like, I'm just going to theatrically screen it myself because I don't want to cut it down. And I don't think we could have. I
don't think you could have.
Yeah, no, because it's like two things. It's not a biopic, and it's also, but it's like got this documentary component where Ralphie tells his own story. So yeah, I know, I tried.
Now, did you have any blowback? Or it seemed like they all participated very willingly, and that you maybe have maintained a good relationship with Ralphie's family.
Yes. Yeah. No, his mom and his sister and his brother are all
in the
participating
film,
in
and all great. And so they, obviously could have probably, had they not
been on board could have probably made things more difficult for you. And I think you needed their interview and their stories to solidify what you were going through.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very close with Ralphie's sister. He's got another sister that I'm not so close with, but like I'm really good friends with Melanie. Like she's just wonderful, and his mother's always been really, really supportive and just awesome. So, and then his brother too, and sadly he passed away actually not long after the interview. So
his brother?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. So that was really sad.
At the end of the documentary, it says, I think it was Bob Saget, the Steven guy. The guy that was you guys' roommate?
The roommate passed away too.
Roommate?
Yeah.
And then, was it Ralphie's brother?
It was Ralphie's brother, yeah.
And then another one. There was one other. There was 4, but I don't quite remember. I just don't.
Ralphie, I think.
Was it Ralphie?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it was Ralphie.
So, this whole thing starts out. And did you and Ralphie, when you first got together, be like, hey, let's just, because you almost had to, let's start shooting and documenting our, timeline of falling in love, being together, dating, just the struggles of life. Let's start really consciously trying to, get this, make a copy of this.
No, I mean, it was other people that were interested in us that were documenting us. So like there's 3 big chunks, 3 chunks of footage, one massive chunk at the end that we recorded ourselves. But the first little chunk was from a pilot that I actually got when I first moved to LA for Showtime, in which they documented 7 people it was the 7 people who live, work, or play on the Sunset Strip. So they came by and filmed us, and I'm still friends with the guy who made that content early on, right? And then after he did Celebrity Fit Club, VH1 gave us a reality show, and I hated that. But we had footage from that part of our lives around the time that we got married. And then the big chunk at the end was, that was when he had decided to do a weight loss documentary, and we hired a woman to go on the road with him, and we just gave her a camera, and she...
Was she the therapist?
No, she's just somebody. She's not in the footage.
Oh, okay.
You might hear her voice in maybe one place, and then she's the person who I call at the end when Ralphie passed away. She's like one of the first people I called because she was...
So those are the 3 chunks.
Yeah, so there's 3 big chunks, and then everything else is just our, family archival stuff of the...
So yeah. I in watching it, and we talked about this during the commercial break, and I wanted to bring it up, but from a person that watched it perspective, you can see Ralphie flip from, I felt one of the most happiest that you ever saw him. He struggled all of his life with the food addiction, and to the point where he would even lie about, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful to Ralphie, I'm just reiterating what I saw in the documentary, and to the point where he concocted this huge, he was on KROQ, I think it was Frank and Heidi, I think that's her names, just knowing radio, and he concocted this whole, I got in a real bad car wreck and broke both of my femurs and had this pressure relief valve put in my head. And so he would make some of these stories up for people to feel sorry for him later in life to kind of justify his bad behavior. But that's some of his worst times. And I thought as you told the story, Lana, one of his most happiest times, and he genuinely looked like he was on top of the world and he was happy, is when he was driving your water had just broke for April, and you were headed to Cedar Sinai to have your first baby, and he was already doing jokes about the baby, and say it, and I thought that was, and you can certainly elaborate on it, but I felt as if that might have been some of the happiest Ralphie that I saw in the documentary.
He was so excited to become a dad at that point. I mean, a couple of things. One, that story about the accident.
Right.
He'd always had that story. In fact, when I first met him, he'd broken all of his bones in a car accident. And
right.
He told big stories, and on stage those big stories are awesome, but in life, it's confusing why somebody would blend fiction and truth so much. But it's Marissa does a good job of explaining, the therapist in the films is, they have to justify the addiction or the using, and so they need big stories.
By the way,
I think it's common.
Dr. Drew has a big part, and I think that adds credibility too, because Dr. Drew is able to brilliantly break down a lot of what of Ralphie's inner demons and things. I really think Dr. Drew and Jay Leno and some of the Bob Saget, rest in peace. I thought
A-listers.
Like they really brought the film a lot of credibility.
Yeah, they were. I'm so lucky. Like they were just so great, and Bob is amazing.
You could tell Jay Leno loved him.
Jay's amazing. He's like the nicest dude too. Like I wasn't sure if I would get an interview with Jay, and he's so nice that when I asked him, he gives me his cell phone number. Give me a call. And so I call him, and he's like, I can't talk right now. I'm under the sink. I'm fixing my sink. And
it's true, right?
He's like on his back under the sink. And so I hang up and I'm like, well, I guess I won't be hearing back from Jay. And the next day,
you kind of felt like you got blown off a little bit, right?
I did. I was like, oh, bummer, And the next day, I'm like in the bath. I'm actually on the toilet, and my phone rings, and it's him. And I'm like, I have to answer. It's Jay Leno. So like, I booked his. I wasn't doing anything. Like I was just peeing, but like I was using my plumbing while he was fixing his the day before when I booked his interview. So I was like, but I wasn't gonna not take the call. It's Jay Leno.
You missed that one.
So yeah, and he's the nicest.
And he was brilliant. Oh my God! And the backdrop of all of his interviews, Jay's, it's his car collection.
Yeah,
which, he's got
and
the
you
most
can tell when he genuinely likes somebody and when he supports their careers and he loves their comedy. He doesn't do that for anybody. He does that for people that he genuinely cares about.
He's amazing.
Come what may, it's going to be Friday night at the Sarasota Film Festival. Now, Lana, how can people become part of that if people want to go to that? Is that open to the public?
That is, and then there's screenings still. The next ones, there's one more in Los Angeles. We're going to do Boston and New York. And I think I might get a few others, but I've been doing this for a few months now, so I want to wind it down. And get it actually out, but we'll see.
It's time to get out now. It's time.
Yeah.
It's time for the public to be able to watch what I did because it's brilliant. It's a must watch. You can see your guys' timeline, again, from having April to your marriage. Ralphie looks like he's on top of the world, that there's a chance he goes in for bariatric surgery. He loses 200 and some pounds. Lana's one thing that she tells him before they get married is you've got to become more healthy. And so that was kind of the underlying message throughout the entire piece, is the fact that he's kind of into it being not good for Ralphie, as most of the time the road can be very much not good for artists because you're out of your routine, you're out of your, and
well,
so
you people pushing him pretty heavily.
A lot of temptations on the road.
So I actually told Lana this. There's and I'm not trying to give away everything, but there's this one part, and it actually made Erica cry, my fiance, and she was so mad at Ralphie. She wanted to fight him. She was like, that son of a bitch. He won't even talk to his own wife. So Jay, Lana's she's over it. She's completely over it. Ralphie's checked out. He's not being the dad that the kids want to go sledding. He can't. He's gotten so big that he's very unhealthy. He can barely get out of the house. Lana is just at wit's end, and she's trying to have a kind of an intervention where she talks to, him, but he brings in his manager and his personal assistant. And so these two, who do nothing but through the entire movie and through their entire existence within the Ralphie ecosystem, they got to keep Ralphie on the road and working in order to get their percentage points. The manager doesn't make money when Ralphie's being a good dad at home, trying to exercise and be good, with Lana. So this guy, Lana starts telling him, well, he's not present, he sleeps all day, you help me, guys, help. And the manager starts making excuses for Ralphie. Ralphie won't even say a word. The manager starts saying, then the manager questions Lana's womanhood. Like, in my generation when we grew up, I'll sleep till 10 o'clock and my wife takes the kids to school and Lana's like, well, that's not the generation we're living in now. And like she gets really, really upset, and this manager continues to double down and make excuses for Ralphie, and Ralphie doesn't even like I think most men would be like, listen, sir, whatever. What's that guy's first name, Lana? Andrew, listen, Andrew, this is my wife. Stop. You're not going to talk to her that way. Her and I will work this out. I can be a spokesperson for myself. I'm on F up. I need to work with her. I need not to lose her. She's the mother of my children. Just stop. But this guy's just absolutely dogging Lana in front of Ralphie, and both of them are enablers. That's all they do. I mean, they'll go out and buy 48 cans of Coca-Cola for Ralphie when he should be drinking water on the tour bus, and Lana is just completely over it. Lana, within all the interviews you've done and the people that have watched it, do people agree with me or have the same comment with regards to that's kind of a turning point as to where Ralphie kind of picked and chose his navigation?
Well, I think your take on Ralphie, actually, most people don't direct their upset with him as much as with the manager, because.
But he could have stopped the manager.
I mean, yeah, but Ralphie's really high, and that's also not excusing Ralphie at all. He's clearly struggling with substance abuse at this point in the film, and so this person is just sort of predatory and continuing to push him is the interpretation that a lot of people have had. I'm not saying what you've interpreted is wrong. I love hearing everybody's, because everyone's going to see it from their own perspective.
These words came out of your mouth. I'm going to ask you to leave my house.
Yeah, and he didn't.
Jay, you don't understand. Lana was so mad at this dude
Andrew wouldn't leave?
that she said, you keep spewing that nonsense, and I'm going to ask you to leave my house.
See, it's really difficult when you have a group of people that are enabling and reinforcing all the negative influences in his life, and you have people like Lana who's trying to open his eyes to see what's important and pay attention to your children and your family and your health. And then he's got these other people with alternative motives that just want to keep him grinding. And when you know people that suffer from addiction, it's the temptation. They don't have the ability to run from temptation. One of the reasons I'm happily married, Lana, is I have this philosophy: run from temptation. And so I don't put myself in situations where there's temptation, because temptation's hard to fight. And so I run from temptation, and I don't surround myself with people that enable it. And so it sounds like that's one of his hurdles, was he had people that kept him away from you guys and in a position where he could do things that were self-harming.
Well, isn't it wild that the guy let all that be recorded? It was just so normal for him to say it that he was just saying it on.
I haven't even seen it. I can't wait to see it, because I'm dying to know what
it's insane that this guy wouldn't say, man, I just made an ass out of myself. There's no way to whatever I just said to be sliced up, nicely. I look like the biggest dick ever to live. I'm disrespectful to a man's wife right in front of him. Maybe we can keep that, cut it out. No, he didn't care.
What's so fun about that, or I shouldn't say fun, but wild about that scene is that we had contemplated not editing it at all, just leaving it, because there's a few breaks in it, but because it's a little long if you watch the raw footage. But it did nothing to change the sentiment of it. I could show the whole thing in its entirety, and it's the
same context.
It's just longer of him spewing more of the same thing. And by the way, this is my film. I helped direct it, but I co-directed it with David Gantz is the other director. And anything that I'm in, any of the scenes, the entire film, I allowed David to have carte blanche, and especially anything that I'm in, because it would be really irresponsible for me to direct a film that includes me as a subject. So, David had full control of everything. I would jump in if there was anything he was doing with the kids that I didn't think was not okay, but he never did anything to the kids.
No, I thought the kids were portrayed perfectly. They were playing snot games, and then little August talks about his wiener one time flipping out. It's just kid stuff.
Yeah.
But I thought that they were very much handled. They were very much handled.
But the directing, and even in that scene, I'm not trying to slant anything in this film, and David was there to be the driving force more so. Like if there was something I was like, I don't think, do we want to cut this out? And Dave and I would have a conversation back and forth. And then ultimately, if he was like, no, we need to keep this in there, it stayed.
So to move kind of right along a little bit, kind of navigate through the documentary. So the three things, so I got 3 or 4 different major bookmarks. My first bookmark, Lana, was, your water broke, you're getting ready to have April, it looks like things are going great. And then my second bookmark is the manager issue we just spoke of, where I was full hot at Ralphie. I was mad at the guy. I was mad at him too, because I was like, you're just about the biggest asshole ever to live. And when a woman asks you to leave her home, man, you've really had to be an asshole. And then I thought the other turning point was the point of no return. And I thought at that point, Ralphie had let himself go so much that he had pretty much given up. And that's when you brought in a personal trainer, and he first talked to you about how you guys were going to approach Ralphie about getting a little bit more healthy and just doing things like walking outside the tour bus when the tour bus would be parked in the next city at a parking lot. Ralphie would just black shade all of it and sleep all day. Well, and most of the time you were with the kids either in Nashville or LA, and so that was him being on the road. But you would actually take the kids, load them up, find out what city he was in, go and to be with him. And that's when you met this trainer, and the trainer's like, listen, we're just going to have to slowly do little things like walking just down the sidewalk and things like that. Ralphie didn't want to have anything to do with that. But remember when you guys are in like the cafe or the restaurant, and the camera's right on Ralphie, and this trainer's asking him questions, and Ralphie kind of starts spilling. I think that's the very opening part of the trailer.
That's my story. Yeah.
No, not that.
No,
I don't think it's in the trailer with the trainer.
Okay, but Ralphie, at that point, you could tell just the footage alone, he was high. He was just absolutely gored out of his mind. And I think that's where he kind of realized that he couldn't do it, or he didn't want to do it.
I mean, he says verbally, I'll be there. I'm going to eat your crappy food and do the painful exercises. But yeah, I mean, it's all so negative, right? Yeah.
Yeah. And so then comes the final part, and that's where he's hooked on pills, and he tells you that he's not, but he's only seeing you and talking to you over the phone, and he's sending videos back and forth to the kids. The kids are sending videos back to him. And you can even see in the videos that he's kind of effed up a little bit, like he's, a little bit gored out of his mind. And then you decide another time to come and join him on the road and bring the kids so he can see him. And at that point, you find an empty container of oxycodone or Oxycontins or whatever. And they were like 60 of them. And he had taken them in like a matter of days. And you knew at that point that this was very much not a deal breaker, but you were very unhappy with him. And the kids are in the car, and they can hear you two screaming at each other in the tour bus. And that's when you packed up the kids and left. And so rather than to responsibly address his wife and say, okay, listen, I'm sorry about the fight. I know you're mad at me. I know I'm not well. I know that I'm a piece of crap. Because you caught him, he then files divorce papers on you. Like, I just really thought that was really crappy.
Well, I mean, when you make a documentary, it's everything you can have footage that you can show, and it's everything that you can fit into the 2 hours, which is long. So I wrote a book to go with this film when I do release it that describes more of the sort of the what happens, because you can't tell it all. So Ralphie had gone to rehab before. He'd been in and out of actually 11 rehabs and hospitals in the last 7 years of our marriage. It's
11?
Every 4 to 6 months.
We were doing and pills.
He did one pretty long stay, a couple months in it was so expensive. I mean, we emptied our savings account. It was some crazy, ridiculous place in Malibu that wasn't worth anything. Didn't work. And then he did another couple of weeks at a weight loss one, and he didn't want to do it.
Those didn't take.
He didn't want to do it. And so when I left him in Wisconsin after finding the pills, I said, you need to go back to rehab. And he didn't want to go back to rehab. And there's not a whole lot of compromise in that. So.
And that's when he got really mean. At least the documentary showed like the really kind of mean side of Ralphie, and he would have.
Do you think mean?
Yeah, I would. I did think mean because can I tell you the one thing that makes? Can I tell you the one thing that makes it mean? When you have a visitation day with your children.
Oh yeah.
When Lana has jumped through all the hoops you've made her jump through, and she still wants to procure a positive relationship with your children, meaning you're not ever talking bad about their dad. You're not saying, hey, August and hey, April, your dad's a fat piece of shiz and he doesn't want to see you today. No, you are always so very kind with regards to how you positioned Ralphie and that he was sick and that daddy, you always were the kids never heard a bad word about their father that came out of your mouth.
No, I mean, so Ralphie was very sick. And we were in the midst of a divorce. And he said a lot of things to a lot of people about me. And he was really angry because,
meanwhile, he's the one that filed.
He's the one that filed, yeah. And so when he filed, there was one sticking point for him, which was I said that you can be with I actually said you can be with the kids anytime. I don't want to create a situation where you only have visitations between certain. We eventually had to get to that point because it wasn't. He could only call between certain hours because he wasn't calling at all. Sorry, I've got to gather my thoughts on this. But like I had to say to him, look, I don't want you to be alone. I need you to have somebody with you with the kids. They were really little at that point. He would pass out and fall asleep without warning.
Supervised visitation.
Yeah, and I just wanted like a babysitter or somebody that I knew to be with him.
And it wasn't because you're being mean-spirited. It's because they were showing various pieces. At this point, he was so screwed up, and he would fall asleep while having like a plate of tacos in his hand. And so he can't be in charge of a 5-year-old and a 7-year-old or a 5 and 6-year-old while you're in that condition. So you're only thinking about the healthiness of your children. And so you put that provision in, and he would have days that he was supposed to come pick up the kid, supervise, and he would completely ghost you.
Yeah.
That's when I got, that's being mean.
Well, it sucks because the kids, they remember it.
Yeah.
So it's not like, that's the thing about like messy divorces and messy relationships when people are fighting over kids. Kids grow up and then they have their memories of the situation. So they do remember, which is really sad.
And addiction is really tough. Anyone who's had someone who's suffered with addiction, what you're saying, Bubba, is mean, but for them it's just selfishness. They're all they want to do is get high again and continue doing what they're doing to the exclusion of everyone else. And so sometimes they're not intentionally being mean. They're just being selfish addicts. And I've had people in my life that have suffered horribly, thankfully not dead yet, and they still suffer. But I've seen these situations where they just turn up absent, and they're not trying to intentionally hurt you, but they're just being so selfish that they can't see everything else.
So as we were to timeline this documentary, Come What May, which is available this Friday at the Sarasota Film Festival, and then go to Lana Turner's Facebook page to get more information as to different screenings, and then eventually she'll roll it out and distribute it. But, Ralphie kind of predicts his own demise in the documentary. There comes a point where him and Lana are at wit's end. He knows the entire time. I think for the majority of the time you guys were together, he knew how upset he was making you. He knew you had good intentions for him to get healthier. He knew that you had fallen in love with him. It was a very odd-looking marriage, but it worked. You absolutely loved him. And one of the things is when he filed a divorce on you that shows you in bed crying, like, oh my God, I don't want a divorce. And I think the actual words are, I know documentaries are supposed to end badly, but maybe there can be a silver lining in this one. And you still, at this point, at his worst, when he was nearly killing himself, you turned to the camera and said, I hope we can get back together. I hope we can fix this. So I don't think people realize just you absolutely loved this man clear up until his last breath.
Oh, but you're not supposed to make me want to cry.
But you can tell I watched it very in-depthly. You can tell that I really watched it.
You did. I'm the person, I took vows to be with somebody. My parents are still together. I'm very loyal. And I am the poster child of codependency in this film. I have my own role to play in this film. I definitely see myself in there and go that I had a role to play. And so, like, I learned a lot of, I'm still very codependent. Like, that's my flaw. And so I have a hard time letting go of things like that. And I adored him. And it seemed so simple to me at the time. It's like, you just get off the pills, you just lose weight. It's not that simple. He had to deal with a lot of other things. And I think it's the same story for everyone, by the way. It's like you were talking about your family member or your friends that have addiction. It doesn't matter if it's a comedian that people know of or your person that
working on your car.
Yeah, it's the same story with the same people. There's somebody who's enabling them in some capacity. There's somebody who's codependent to them. It's just like these different roles that are people, and yeah.
And you unfortunately lived it publicly.
Yeah, and I'm putting it out publicly, which is really dementing.
Have you found that cathartic a little bit to talk about it?
Jay, watch it with Candle. Watch it with your wife because it's such a great film. It's kind of a chick flick.
Before we had kids, I learned of Ralphie May from watching Last Comic Standing with my wife. We would watch that television show, so I know of him from this whole thing.
It's kind of a chick flick, though, and the fact that, like, the chick, she stands by her man through thick and through thin. Her man is a piece of crap, and he's not doing the right thing. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful, Lana.
We can say it's a chick flick with dick jokes.
Yeah, well,
Can we say that 3 times fast?
Yeah, well, it runs you through all type of game. There's a part where I'm pulling for Ralphie. There's a part where I'm pulling for him when he's got his surgery and he's getting his act together. And he looked really, really good when you guys got married. He really did, and he was full of life. And when you guys had April, he was just cutting jokes, and you guys were I thought it was great. And then he falls into these really, 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 really unhealthy behavior patterns, and then starts making excuses for those. And then it feels like he just spirals out of control. And the entire time you're trying to keep yourself together, your family together. You have 2 kids, the youngest being a boy, the oldest being a girl, a year apart, April and August, respectfully. The kids are cute. You're taking them out sledding. You're a great mom. You're taking them on the road to go see their father, and he wants to just stay holed up in a tour bus all day and stay high. It's just such it'll run you through a roller coaster of emotions, including but not limited to the very last scene. I cried, and I'll give it to you now before we say goodbye. But the very last scene is Ralphie as if he's talking to August, his son, and he's make-believing that August is 15, soon to be 16, and this is part of his stage act, and he gives August these words of advice on what he needs to do with regards to getting a car, because in full Ralphie May, because 16-year-old girls don't give oral on bicycles.
That's right.
So you've got to get so he's on stage
Don't
saying,
let your mom touch your ceramic socks.
He's saying, August, I'm just telling you, now that your mom's out of the room, let me tell you, 16-year-old girls don't give oral on bicycles. You got to get you a car, and you're going to have to work your mama into that you're a really good extra special person to get that car. And it's so funny, and it's just so profound. And then so you think that's maybe post the divorce, and then all of a sudden the curtain goes down, the act is over, the curtain goes back up, and here comes Lana with the 2 kids. The son jumps into Ralphie's arms, gives him a big kiss, and I'm like, oh my God. And then obviously it talks about Ralphie's death, and it shows, I think the end of the whole thing shows the family, Lana, and everybody individually going to visit Ralphie's grave, tombstone. Is he buried in Los Angeles?
No, he's buried in Arkansas.
Okay.
I wanted to show you, though, that, like, I brought something else too that I thought was really cool that I wanted to share with you guys. But yeah, he's buried in Arkansas, and his mom wanted him there. So then there was like a whole controversy about his burial and his headstones and all this stuff. But
let's do words and then keep Lana through.
Okay.
We only got 5 minutes of words.
And then you got to try the jacket on.
Yeah, try the jacket. I wanted to show you this too. This is the comic book that I did for the film.
Okay, fantastic. Let's go into commercials, and then we'll come back in 5 minutes and wrap it up. Okay?
Perfect.
Fantastic.
You know, he probably shouldn't have said that.
That kind of frank dialogue troubles me.
More of the Bubba the Love Sponge Show after this.
Yeah, and so he's been probably Baker acting, so he calls me up, and I guess, he knows I'll take the calls, and so he's like, oh, I went to the hospital, and we were playing a game, and they put me in they put a handcuff on me, and I'm handcuffed to a chair, and now they all left.
Oh, shit.
But that's not what happened. He's in restraints, and he's trying, he's making up stories in his mind of what happened.
To justify what happened.
To justify what happened, because he's like, wants me to try to figure out how to get him out of a Baker Act situation, which I said, I'm so sorry you're going through what you're going through, my friend. Let me call your brother. And I called his brother, and he's like, we're at the point where it's like, what can we do?
Wow.
So it's so sad, and I've had a few friends that have suffered like that, and it's like, what do you do?
But Lana, you got to get this thing out.
I know.
You got to get it out.
I know.
He does figure out how to get the good distribution. He was #1 documentary for 5 weeks, 6 weeks.
But you just finished TV. I'm not familiar with this film, so I got to watch it.
I'll send you a link. I got a Vimeo link, unlike you.
Isn't it still on Apple?
Yeah, it's still on Apple, but I'd rather just send her a link so she can watch it when she's on the road. But it's video killed.
Say hi.
It's video killed. How you doing, sweetie?
Good to see you.
It's Video Killed the Radio Star, and it's all about the sex tape. It's all about what the average person doesn't know. It's about how Calta stole it and distributed it, how he got away with it scot-free and took my job, and the feds.
It's crazy. You wouldn't even believe where it goes. It goes someplace you'd never imagine.
It's above a factor. In this town, I'm the bad guy, and they, it's just the feds were involved.
I've been for 30 years, so I've been through it all.
No,
They actually used the tape to try to get Donald Trump. The feds used the tape.
That's how they got Cohen.
That's how they got Michael Cohen.
That's how they got Michael Cohen.
They used my tape to get Michael Cohen. It tells it all throughout the.
It's mind-boggling.
Yeah.
There's like a little string that goes from Bubba to Trump. It's the most bizarre
fucking crazy.
It's the government
Oh yeah.
exploiting witnesses, and the guy that was literally thrown on the ground and arrested for trying to broker the tape.
For Calta and Spice
8 years
Boy.
later, shows up in New York testifying against the president.
It's fucking crazy.
That was crazy.
Nuts.
It's crazy. So we start Tubi on the 22nd, but my guys could walk you. Well, you've pretty much you're there. You know about TVOD and AVOD.
Yeah, I mean, Ralphie. I don't know how to do this right now, but Ralphie's on Netflix.
Right. I think Netflix would want
But see, here's the thing about
I
Netflix.
don't know how to get through the.
But here's the thing about Netflix. You have a better opportunity to recoup your money and make money through because what Netflix does.
They don't pay anything. I know. I've been told that.
They tell you, you know what? We'll pay you $25,000 to have the North American rights for a year.
Right.
And they pay you in exposure. But unless you have another way to monetize that because of the newfound fame and clicks and eyeballs that you got, then you have to have something that was within the film is a place for them to navigate so that you can monetize, because all you're going to get is a $25,000, $50,000 licensing fee from them.
Right.
Now what you could do is if you kill it with them, then they'll come back and say, okay, we'd like to have another 6 months. And then that number goes up tremendously because they're coming,
When you do it with the other platforms you did that the ability to go directly to that company that out?
Yeah. When you deal with Apple, you get 70% of the money, and then when you deal with Amazon Prime, you get I think 70 or 80%.
Yeah, there's this little company that I like.
But Tubi and that stuff, that's where when you can get into the advertising aspect, so you get
the AVOD part.
Yeah, the AVOD part.
Do you do it through Film Hub or through some aggregator?
Yeah, I can give you I'll text you my aggregator.
Okay, yeah. That's interesting.
See, our problem is the Hogan estate sued us.
Really?
To try to stop a release of the tape. And we beat them.
And they won and got attorney's fees.
Yeah, we won. And they
But didn't they sue and also get like a crazy amount of money?
Oh,
from
yeah, he did.
someone?
Balea did.
Oh, yeah, Hogan.
He sued Gawker
yeah,
and Cox.
but they tried to sue me and he'd already died. And they were trying to sue me because they didn't know that. And we'd actually sent the documentary to their attorneys and say, hey, listen, watch it, and if there's anything you don't like, because it wasn't a hit piece on him at all.
We got 20.
We made him look great, but they wouldn't even watch it. They just sued us instead of watching it. And the federal judge was like, did you guys not even watch this? There's nothing even here.
We're in and out. It's like a minute.
Can we go long? Macho, can we go long and those that want to break off can break off? Or do you got it situated that we can't do that anymore? Which doesn't matter to me. Bubba the Macho.
I think he's scrambling.
Is he scrambled around?
Yeah, he's trying to figure it out what we can do.
I just disabled it so you can go along.
Oh, perfect. Because I want to step over and try Ralphie May's jacket on real fast. This is somewhat surreal. Now, is it gonna be tight on me?
No, it's gonna be big on you.
Hold on, on me.
I think
it might just fit. It might fit pretty good.
Might be a perfect jacket.
So. No, it's too big.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I could zip it at least.
You're like a little petite flower.
I'm probably Ralphie in middle school.
Yeah.
You're like a little petite flower.
I'm 7th grade Ralphie.
That's funny. He's got little longer arms.
Tiny svelte thing.
Yeah, he did have long arms.
Doesn't that make you feel good though?
Wow. Well, he did have longer arms. Yeah, he had longer arms than me. Look, he had longer arms than me.
Well, he was bigger, like,
He was bigger rotund.
Yeah.
But I'll wear it for the rest of the show at least.
Okay.
It
looks good.
A bunch of heat.
Orange is your color.
Look at this. How much that jacket cost?
It was expensive. It was custom made. I actually found it. There was this little store in Los Angeles.
Like
I went
an alligator
in
or something? It looks like it's some kind of nice.
No,
there was
like
a
Italian
there was
leather.
a store in Los Angeles that had gotten it from Ralphie and then tried to sell it.
No. There was a store where it was made. I went into
okay.
the store and I found the jacket, but like in a regular size. And we went back and asked them if they could make it in his size. And the guy was like,
I actually thought
that's a lot of cows.
I actually thought
Orange
he
cows.
looked the best during this era. Like I thought this was one of his better looking eras.
Yeah, he looked. I mean, he was. That was one of those career making moments. Ostentatious is a great DVD. Like
now,
really great special.
Here's some uncomfortable questions I didn't think I was going to ask, but like because I know that these guys were keeping Ralphie on the air, on the road so long, and it had to be, worth their while to have to go through all this. And was Ralphie like, what would be, and I'm familiar with, like when I used to hang out with Artie Lang, Artie used to make $200,000 a weekend.
Oh, wow.
And he'd get there on Stern Show had Friday off. So he'd fly into Vegas or Atlantic City, and he'd do a $50,000 show on Thursday night. Then he'd do two on Friday, and then one on Saturday. But he'd make like $200,000 on a weekend.
Yeah, I don't know that Ralphie was making Artie money consistently, but there'd be an occasional weekend or occasional show that would be just like wow. But he did very well. You do the math on the tickets, and then what's the percentage of the door that the artist is getting, and
he was doing. I know everybody starts out in the Chuckle Hut that has about 250 or 300. That's how everybody starts out. But then you start getting to like those Ruth Eckerd halls and like those 3,000 and 4,000 seat venues, and that's probably pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, you start at open mic making like $20 if you're lucky.
If they even let you, if they even let you, right?
Yeah, and then you work your way, and then you're like, yay, I'm a headline, or I'm featuring. I get $50 for the night or whatever. Yeah, maybe they'll give me a drink or like a burger.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's a lot of years that you spend not making anything. But yeah, he was doing really, really well during that time, and when he died, there was $17 in his account.
What?
Yeah, and $300,000 in debt that I was responsible, plus an $80,000 probate. So that's a fun fact that people don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, everybody's like, oh yeah, Lana Turner, she walked away with millions and millions and millions. They don't realize that. No,
I survived for a while. I had about a 2-year runway after we had a second house in Nashville. That was where I was very fortunate. So I was able to sell that. And my whole goal at that time, I just want to stay in my house in LA and keep my kids in their life as best as I can for 2 years.
Did they not like Nashville? Because I thought maybe that would be where you would stay, just because of the expenses and because of maybe the better.
There was nothing for me to do in Nashville, though.
You can't do comedy gigs in Nashville.
Well, those guys are in Nashville. Like there's one club in Nashville, and that's their club.
And
so
you did say in the documentary that you would, when you and Ralphie were at odds, you were trying to book some gigs and stuff, and Ralphie was being vindictive, and he would call the places up and say, hey, if you ever want me to be there ever again, you won't let her be on there.
I mean, it came a lot from the guy that was sitting at the table. Not, I mean, Ralphie was angry, but yeah, he, like dealing with your addict people, that they have a hard time taking responsibility, and I was
rarely do,
and I was the closest one to him. So I give Ralphie a lot of grace. I've had to. I've really I've had a lot of time to go through this and really try to remember the good parts of our relationship and celebrate those, and really try and understand. And actually, I feel like as I've gotten more mature in my life, I look at more people like that too. Even Andrew, I'm like, look at this guy that was so shitty to me, and I just go, you know what? What's going on with him? Can I say that? I don't know if
you're good.
Okay,
yeah.
I don't know if I don't want to give him a break for it. It doesn't excuse what he did to me, but at the same time, I'm like, he's got his damage, and it's not worth it for me to hold on to that. So, because that, so just let it go.
Lana Turner, today, I knew it would be great. Come What May is her official documentary that pretty much timelines her entire relationship with her late husband, Ralphie May, and with their 2 children. And it's a very, very great documentary. It would be one I certainly would recommend when you can finally get it. You make sure that you keep monitoring Lana's Facebook page, which is Lana Turner at Facebook, and she'll give you the wheres and the whens and the whys as to how you could get it. And Friday night, the Sarasota Film Festival. For those, now, you doing any stand-up while you're in Tampa, or is it just strictly for the film festival?
I'm going to do a spot at McCurdy's on Wednesday in front of Flip Schultz. I love Flip, and so I'm just while I try and pop up and do stand-up in any town that I'm at, I love it more than anything, right?
Keep the comedy muscles working. Right?
Yeah, I have never stopped doing stand-up, and just I look forward to coming back here and being like, hey, Bubba, I'm doing a show in Tampa.
I'd love to.
I'm making that Artie Lang cash.
That's right.
I'm making that Artie Lang
three shows in one weekend.
Yeah,
I got my kids' college paid for already after 2 gigs.
2 gigs done. 1 gig done. That's what we need to do.
So what day are you going on before Flip?
Wednesday.
Wednesday
at McCurdy's.
Yeah, I'm just doing a guest set with Flip.
Make sure we put that out on our various platforms,
Yes, we'll do.
Oh, great.
And then don't forget the film festival on Friday in Sarasota. And then always stay up on Lana's Facebook page. She'll tell you when. Finally, come what May, the official documentary is available, where you're going to be able to get it and watch it, whether it's AVOD, whether it's Amazon Prime, Apple. She'll figure it out. And Lana, as always, when you come to this area, you always are welcomed on my show. We've always had a great relationship. And I just want to let you know how much I really am impressed by your film. I think once it finally gets out, it's going to get legs and do something. It's that good.
Thanks, Bubba. Thank you. I really appreciate it. You're awesome.
All right, man. Jay, appreciate you, my friend.
You as well, Bubba.
I'll see you tomorrow, Jay.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
Me, Bubba the Love Sponge.
Co-host and show historian, Lumet.
It's Brian Matroni, king of counter program.
Gene Lasker, voice of the people. Glad you get to hear me.
Gary Cantrell, video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up Bean.
Co-host, Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire, of Council.
Co-host, J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repeat hello.